welcome to the February 10th, 2026 regular meeting of the Douglas County School Board. It's now called to order. Okay, we will begin with a roll call. Director Callahan.
Here.
Densler.
Here.
Geiger.
Here.
Meek. Here. Parker.
Here.
Ryan.
Here.
Thompson.
Here.
Great. Quorum is present, so if you are able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, thank you. We will now move into our DCSD Spotlight. Superintendent Kane.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Tonight we are recognizing 7 Douglas County schools who were named a 2025 America's Healthiest School by Alliance for a Healthier Generation. This achievement reflects our commitment to creating a healthy, supportive environment for each and every one of our students, staff members, and families. So before I name the schools, I'd love to get the following staff to join me on stage. Kate Nemunitis, please come on up. Our staff wellness coordinator, Kate. Okay, Kate didn't make it. And our executive directors of schools, Kristen Drury, Aaron Cruz, Ian Wells, and Gordon Mosier. If you're here, come on up. Good. Okay, and then I'm going to call the principals from the healthiest schools to come on up and join us. Principal Beth Dowdy from Cloverleaf Enrichment School. Principal Jen Oldham was not able to be here this evening, but we are recognizing Larkspur Elementary School. Principal Jean Taylor from Mountain View Elementary School. Interim Principal Lisa Conway from Renaissance Expeditionary Magnet School. Principal Sarah Curto from Sierra Middle School. Absolutely, have staff join us. If you're up here with any of these schools, come on up. Principal Stacy Robertson with Soaring Hawk Elementary, come on up, bring your friends. And Principal Katie Sordo Jensen from Trailblazer Elementary School, come on up. All right, congrats. First of all, big round of applause. Congratulations to all of you. All right, this is the pass the microphone time. So tell me what it means to all of you and give us an idea of what you had to do to become a healthiest school.
For Sierra Middle School, we coordinated some marathon runs, brought in some relaxing chairs, and it was just a great time to help our staff and students enjoy and get healthy.
Marshall's very modest. He did a lot to encourage the health and well-being of our staff, including lots of after-school activities, maybe some Friday after-class activities, but more in the healthy area as well. So big thank you to Marshall for taking care of our staff and reminding me to take care of our staff too.
At Renaissance, we spend a ton of time working on crew and for staff and students, and so just a lot of opportunities for staff to come together and for our kids to continue to learn what it means to belong and to be together. We've focused a lot on emotional wellness and well-being.
Thank you. Jean Taylor at Mountain View. Really, I thought about what this means to our school and talking with our staff, and it really was what ended up being deeper, richer connections throughout our building and sense of belonging for staff and students. So our whole community really felt more connected. And then, of course, we did as much as we could with hikes and what the district put out monthly, but then our team would rally and bring other friends together. We did the hot chocolate run 3 years in a row now. We recently did pickleball, so I've now, quote, learned pickleball. And for the kids, we installed an all-inclusive playground. So our kids have parallel play and are really, everyone is out playing and a lot more healthy. So.
I'm Renee Cartwright. I'm the wellness coordinator at Cloverleaf Enrichment School. We also did the hot chocolate. We've done the Shamrock Stampede. We did health challenges. We have a challenge every month to get the staff eating better, exercising, and it's really brought our staff together too.
Renee really is the heartbeat of our wellness program, and our teachers have said, I've tried new foods, I've thought about things differently, I've taken time for myself. So it has really impacted our school. And now we are working on the social emotional learning award for next year for our students. So we're going to have both of those hopefully under our belt.
I want to give you a huge thank you to Kristen Anderson. She's our social worker, and she really is the reason that we received this award. She plans tons of staff activities, and I would agree with many of you who said it really builds our community. And I've noticed that we are closer. We do things to make sure we take care of ourselves. She comes up with fun games, and not only that physical activity, but that mental activity, that mental health too. So.
My name's Jennifer Tracy, and I'm the staff wellness coordinator at Soaring Hawk Elementary. And we focused a lot on what a lot of you have been saying, bringing our staff in together. We had a lot of new staff, and we wanted to make sure that they felt like they are part of our family at Soaring Hawk. We do a lot of monthly potlucks to celebrate people's birthdays and monthly challenges. We're in the middle of our physical activity challenge right now and incorporating our surprise exercise with our entire student body over the PA. So that's fun.
Stacy Robertson, principal of Soaring Hawk Elementary, and we do a lot of the same things that a lot of these schools do, but Jen really has this way of getting our kids active, and our teachers are challenging our kids to some of the same activities, and so we enjoy in working through these things together. So it's a great opportunity for all of us in our school community, so thank you.
Well, I know I got to participate at Walk to School Day at Soaring Hawk, as did Director Parker, and that was really fantastic. It's nice to have everyone outside and walking to school. So thank you so much for all you guys are doing to encourage our kids and our families to have incredibly healthy lifestyles. I'm going to rethink my dinner. But you guys are amazing. Our directors are going to come up here to give you certificates, and we will do a picture. And yay, congratulations.
Congratulations. I feel like thank you so much.
All you guys do.
There you go. You gotta frame that now. You gotta hold it. Bye, you guys. Okay, sorry. Thank you. I'm short. Nobody sees it from me. I know. It's going higher. Is that okay? It's like shorter, but okay.
All right, thank you, everyone. Thanks for all you do for kids. Congratulations.
All right, I'll give this to Susan.
And that concludes tonight's recognitions. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you. Next, we have acceptance of the agenda. Is there a motion to accept the agenda?
I have a motion to amend the agenda.
Okay, is there a second? Or amend the agenda how?
Can I detail it?
Yeah.
I believe that what we're addressing on 9.2, the elementary school 50 boundary recommendation, is a long-term plan for the district. I have some questions about it and some of the impacted students. I would ask to add 10 more minutes for a total of 25-minute Q&A to 9.2. I would guess I would move to have that done.
And that was extending it by 10 minutes, is that correct? Okay, and a second by Director Thompson. So it's been moved by Director Geiger, seconded by Director Thompson to amend the agenda to extend discussion time by 10 minutes for item 9.2. Any discussion? Okay, we'll take a roll call. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Densler?
Aye.
Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
And Thompson? Aye. All right, that passes 7-0, and the agenda has been approved with that revision. So that moves us into superintendent reports on item 5.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. There are many important dates and milestones in February, and I mentioned these in January since our meeting was at the end of February, but we thought we'd mention them again since it is now February. So February is Black History Month, Career and Technical Education Month, American Heart Month, Love the Bus Month, Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month, National School Counseling Week, National Public Schools Week. Read Out Loud Day is February 4th, was February 4th. International Day of Women and Girls in Science, and National School Resource Officer Appreciation Day, and of course, President's Day coming up. All right, over the past 2 weeks, we have hosted incredible groundbreakings for Elementary School 50 in Ridgegate and for the Sierra Middle School expansion. Next will be the groundbreaking for the Douglas County High School Cosmetology program on Tuesday, February 24th at 4:30. I'm very, very excited about that one. And as always, thank you so much to our amazing taxpayers to allow our students to have these incredible opportunities. Cosmetology, for example, the wait list at Highlands Ranch High School for cosmetology is twice the capacity of the program. So we're just really excited to offer children these opportunities thanks to our voters. Legend High School has been named a recognized American School Counselor Association model program, also known as a RAMP school. This is a very, very prestigious certificate, and it's very difficult to get. So congratulations to all of the staff and the counselors at Legend High School. We will celebrate them at a future meeting. Legend High School's boys wrestling team recently visited Cimarron Middle School to mentor the younger students during a dual wrestling meet. The high schoolers stood mat side to provide technical advice, encouragement, and post-match support. A boost in confidence and additional smiles were seen from our younger athletes. So a huge shout out to the Legend High School wrestlers for leading by example and fostering a positive and community-centered program. Cronky Sports Charities recently hosted Special Olympics Avalanche Floor Hockey Clinic at Ball Arena. Crest Hill Middle School's unified team was invited to participate in this amazing event. Sam Malinsky and Martin Nikas from the Avalanche joined our athletes to teach them new hockey skills. Avalanche legendary player Joe Sakic signed contracts for the athletes to be part of the Avalanche for the day. Rock Canyon High School's very own Logan Carey has been named the 2026 Colorado Gatorade Player of the Year. The most prestigious award in high school sports, Gatorade Player of the Year celebrates the nation's best student athletes for their success on and off the field. The title holds athletes to the highest standards and awards based on the following criteria: academic excellence, academic achievement, and exemplary character. So congratulations. The Thunder Ridge High School Girls Who Weld Club created a stunning custom bike rack for Bear Canyon Elementary School. We are really proud of their hard work and the skill that they poured into this project. And who doesn't love a club that is called Girls Who Weld? I love that. The 250-150 Columbine Project is a dual commemoration initiative celebrating America's 250th anniversary and Colorado's 150th anniversary. Our Vail students are growing Rocky Mountain columbines, which is the Colorado state flower, from seed to transplant-ready plants for distribution to all of our DCSD schools. The nomination window is open for the Outstanding Youth Awards. This recognizes teenagers between 13 and 19 who have overcome personal adversity and created positive change in their lives. The Youth Awards focus on teenagers who have triumphed over great odds and serve as inspirations and role models. If you know young people who would be good candidates, please submit nominations by April 3rd on the Douglas County Youth Initiative website. As a reminder, the Girls and Women in Sports Luncheon is taking place this Friday, February 13th at the Legacy Campus. I know some of you are planning to attend. This is an amazing event. The Continental League Art Show begins February 18th at the Colorado Gallery of Arts at Arapahoe Community College in Littleton, so please stop by. Cougar Run Elementary will hold its third annual cultural fair on February 26th from 5 to 7. Families will have table to display their family's culture. They will present information about their country of origin through dress, drink, food, a craft, and/or flags. Cultural art projects will be available for families to complete. All are welcome to this free event. And finally, save the date. The annual Perseverance Scholarship Golf Tournament is scheduled for July 27th at the Plum Creek Golf Course. Point of privilege, today I was able to go to a Rock Canyon High School Unified game where the Unified team played the fine arts and performing arts teachers in front of the entire student body. And the students held up the Unified kiddos' faces in giant posters, and it was just such an inspirational event. So a shout out to Rock Canyon High School and their Unified basketball team. And that concludes this evening's remarks. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Superintendent Kane. The next item on our agenda is public comment. Public comment is an important part of our democratic process, and the board values hearing from our students, families, staff, and community members. Each registered speaker will be allotted up to 3 minutes to address the board. Time will be monitored by staff using a timer, and when your time expires, you may complete your sentence, but please don't make further comments. To support a respectful and productive environment, we ask all speakers to address comments to the board rather than to staff or individual audience members or guests. Please keep remarks appropriate for a K-12 educational audience and refrain from discussions of all personnel matters which are more appropriate for executive sessions. Just to remind everyone that public comments are public records, and all board meetings are recorded and posted on the district website in accordance with open meeting laws. Board members do not respond during public comment portion of the meeting. Board-related matters may be followed up by the board president at a later time, and operational matters may be referred to the superintendent for appropriate follow-up. Tonight we'll begin with our virtual speaker, and then move to our in-person speakers. If you're here in person to give public comment, you can go ahead and make your way down to the first row here. It takes a little while to make your way down, and we will start with our first virtual speaker, Ms. Holly M. Oh, is Ms. M, please speak up if you're able. Okay. So we can go back to Holly. Okay, we can go back if she is able to correct that. I'll just move to our first in-person public commenter, Mr. Matt Smith.
Ballot every 2 years. Let me be very clear, there's no bipartisan support for this approach. Even most of the conservatives who have historically supported MLOs and bonds are a hard no on this plan. And that opposition didn't come out of nowhere. It's a direct result of the current makeup of the board and the promises that were made, including bringing the teachers union back into the district. Voters are paying attention and they do not trust where this is headed. We will actively campaign against any MLO or bond placed before voters in this district. Running MLOs and bonds that you already know will fail is not leadership, it's not strategy, and it's not responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars. Every election costs a lot of money, time, and credibility. Putting measures on the ballot that are dead on arrival is a waste of all three. I'd also like to remind Director Kelly Densler, who I think was the most open and transparent, that she has been a strong advocate for using AI, as have I, in technology to improve efficiency. This is exactly the moment to put that belief into practice. Do more with less, modernize operations, find efficiencies before asking families who are already stretched thin for more money. I'll say it plainly,
Thank you,
MLOs
Mr.
and
Smith.
bonds will not pass under the current conditions. Finally, and most importantly, I want to address the upcoming girls and women's sports event. Frankly, I find it disingenuous. This district continues to fail its duty to uphold Title IX protections by allowing biological boys into girls' sports, bathrooms, locker rooms, and overnight trips. You cannot celebrate girls and women while simultaneously eroding the very protections intended to ensure their safety, privacy, and fairness. If the district will not protect them, then we will. Tonight, I'm announcing a new resource for parents, students, and staff to report Title IX violations within DCSD. This includes concerns related to sports participation, bathrooms, locker rooms, and overnight accommodations. Please visit protectgirlssportsdcsd.com. Again, that's protectgirlssportsdcsd.com. Share what is happening. Those reports will be reviewed, and families will be connected with legal resources and attorneys who can help. This isn't about politics. It's about enforcing the law and standing up for girls when the system won't. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Next, we have Ms. Jennifer Iverson.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jennifer Iverson, and I'm here representing Douglas County parents. First, we strongly support policy IKF, revisions that uphold House Bill 25-1192. This legislation requires high schools to incorporate financial literacy standards into a required course for graduation, beginning in the 27-28 school year. Requiring all students to learn about taxes, student loans, credit, and budgeting isn't just good policy, it's essential preparation for independent adult life. Second, we must address a troubling federal development. On February 2nd, the U.S. Government Accountability Office released a report documenting major disruption at the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights, including a 90% sharp rise in dismissal of discrimination complaints, particularly those involving non-white students, students with disabilities, and non-English speaking students. When the federal government steps back from protecting our most vulnerable students, Colorado and their schools must step forward. We urge this board to work with DCSD's lobbyists to support House Bill 26-1141, which addresses the gap left by the federal inaction. Our students with disabilities and those facing discrimination cannot afford to wait for Washington to develop empathy or grow a conscience. These students need protection now. Finally, DCP commends Superintendent Kane for her bond and MLO proposals to keep DCSD buildings operating at their safest capacity and continue replenishing the capital needed to ensure Douglas County has excellent neighborhood and charter schools as DougCo used to do every 3 to 5 years. Safe, well-maintained facilities are not luxuries. They are the foundation of learning. Strategic investments in our infrastructure benefits every student in every community we serve. Douglas County Parents stands ready to support this board in decisions that prepare students for the future, protect their rights, and provide safe learning environments. We, along with so many others in the community, deeply appreciate the opportunity to exercise our constitutional rights of free speech
remaining.
through public comment to our elected officials. Thank you, all of you, for your time and your service.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. Next, we have Ms. Liz Wagner.
Good evening. I don't think I voted for any of you. And I was thinking, why would I waste my time to be up here? Because you probably don't want to hear from me. But then when I went to the public comment, it said, you want to hear diversity of thought. So I'm here to bring it for you. I have concerns about the proposed MLO and bond schedule, which represent a significant increase in taxes for residents in this county. Any request for additional taxpayer funding deserves careful scrutiny, especially at a time when many households are already managing rising costs. Before discussing dollars, I want to remind this board why this district exists. It doesn't exist for buildings. It doesn't exist for adult systems like payroll and para. It exists to educate every eligible student who resides in Douglas County. That includes our gifted students, our twice exceptional students, our students with significant support needs, and our students with effective needs, to name a few. Every funding decision should be measured against how it serves these students, all students. So the central question is simple. What problem are you solving by asking taxpayers for more money every 2 years? Public data indicates employee attrition is trending down and student performance is trending up. If that's the case, the board should clearly articulate what unmet need justifies recurring tax increases and how additional funding translates into measurable gains for students. Because, and this is my favorite saying, you've heard it before, some of you, if your only tool is a hammer, everything starts to look like a nail. When the primary focus becomes growing the budget, everything starts to look like another MLO and a bond. Raising money is not a student outcome. It does not replace the hard work of prioritizing how dollars are spent to improve instruction, expand access, and support students, particularly those who need it the most. And finally, taxpayers deserve transparency regarding collective bargaining. If restoring a collective bargaining agreement is being considered, you should clearly state that intention and explain how it benefits student outcomes. Because, spoiler alert, it doesn't. Parents are the reason that we have curriculum based on the science of reading in this district. Parents of students with dyslexia are why any of you have taken a dyslexia simulation. Parents lobbied at the state capitol to get that curriculum in front of teachers. It's parents. It also wasn't the union who got out there to get a bond passed and an MLO passed. It wasn't the union. It wasn't. You can look confused, but it wasn't. And I'm looking at someone who did and who can testify to that. If you're asking families to invest again, show how every dollar will make a difference to students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner. Next, we have Ms. Krista Gilstrap.
Good evening. This is a fun new setup. I feel a little weird, but all right, here we go. Okay, good evening, Board Director, Superintendent Kane, and members of Cabinet. Thank you for allowing me to speak here tonight. I'm here to address some potential changes to the Board File BE regarding school board meetings. Under the section labeled Work Sessions, Board Education Session, and Retreats, it appears you are suggesting work sessions don't need to be live streamed or recorded because no action is taken.
I've been around here long enough to know that many really important discussions often happen during a work session before an item is placed on an agenda for a vote. I've noticed the past few work sessions have already not been live streamed, and I'm interested to hear the discussion tonight about why that's been a recent change. As long as I can remember, regularly scheduled work session meetings have always been live streamed and recorded. I have 4 kids in the district, a full-time job. I attend all the SAC meetings at my kids' schools. I am currently on 3 different district committees. I'm obviously a very involved and interested parent, but there's no way I can attend every board meeting. For myself and others, I'm asking that you do not change this policy and continue to live stream all regularly scheduled board meetings, including work sessions. I know there will be a discussion tonight regarding future funding needs, and as you all know, I worked very hard to pass the last mill and bond. We know that the voters very much value trust and transparency, and President Meek, I know that this is an important value you've been very vocal about. Not making all of your meetings readily available to members of our community who can't physically attend them will not garner the trust and transparency we will need if or when you all decide to put another funding measure on the ballot. So again, I ask that you do not make these changes and continue live streaming your meetings. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Gilstrap. All right, that concludes public comment, and we will move into item 7, adoption of the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So move.
Second. Okay, it's been moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Thompson that the board approve the consent agenda. Any discussion? All right, I'll call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Densler?
Aye.
Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
And Thompson? Aye. All right, the motion passes 7-0. We are now at the adoption of the joint motion agenda. So before we take a motion on approval of minutes, I really want to note for the record that 4 of our current board members were not yet seated board members at the November 11th, 2025 board meeting, which is one of the meeting minutes that we will be considering tonight. Approval of the minutes is a confirmation that they accurately reflect the actions taken and discussion held. So it's not a ratification of the decisions themselves. So directors should vote to approve if after reviewing the minutes, they believe the record is accurate. Abstain if not comfortable attesting to the accuracy. And another option always is to request corrections or ask questions once we have a motion on the table. So I will start with, is there a motion to approve the November 11th, 2025 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Been moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Thompson that the board approve the November 11th, 2025 meeting minutes. Are there any corrections or questions to those minutes? Okay, seeing none, I will call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Densler?
Aye.
Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, aye.
Parker, aye. Yes.
Oh, sorry, Parker.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Thompson. All right, so the motion passes 7-0. Now we'll move to the meeting minutes for the December 2nd meeting, special meeting of the board. Is there a motion to approve the meeting minutes for the December 2nd, 2025 special meeting?
I move to adopt the meetings for the December 2nd, 2025. For those who are looking online, there are 2 sets of those minutes attached to our agenda. The second set is the corrected set, and I move to adopt that set of minutes.
The one that has final in the name. Was that Director Thompson? All right. So it's been moved by Director Geiger, seconded by Director Thompson, that the board approve the meeting minutes for the December 2nd, 2025 special meeting. Any questions or corrections? Seeing none. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
And Director Thompson?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 7-0. Now we will move to the December 16th meeting minutes. So is there a motion to approve the meeting minutes for the December 16th, 2025 regular meeting?
Move to adopt the meeting minutes of the December 16th, 2025 meeting.
Second. All right, this is popular night. Actually, I do have a correction on that one that I want to move forward. So the motion to, what I'd like to do is correct the motion for item 8.6. It has a couple of typos, so I'll just go ahead and read. The BSL and the GP numbers were not quite fully there. So it was the motion to rescind the motion that was adopted on September 9th, which directed staff to administer the Healthy Kids Colorado survey as an opt-in only option. It was on the grounds that it exceeded board authority and did not follow established governance and policy processes. BSL 1.1 and 1.3.1 and GP 1.1. So BSL was missing and a period was missing in a citation. So with that correction, any other corrections? Okay, so we are able to move to accept that with that correction, and I will go ahead and call roll call. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Densler? Aye. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Thompson? All right, so that passes 7-0. And I think that gets us to the last set. And I will just say, I did identify a couple of corrections on this one. So I'll go ahead and mention them and then we'll take that motion. On this one, the motion for item 8 is found under item 7. So item 7 had the motion incorrectly placed there. So it just needs to be moved to the right part of the agenda. And then there was a slight typo in, there's an extra L on the word on. And under the president's report on 11.1. So is there a motion to accept the January 27th, 2026 meeting minutes with those two corrections?
Move to adopt the minutes as amended by Director Meek.
Okay.
Second.
So it's been moved by Director Geiger, seconded by Director Ryan, that we approve the meeting minutes with the corrections for the January 27th, 2026 regular meeting. With that, I will open it. Oh, yes. All right, so any questions now that it's been moved and seconded on the meeting minutes? Dr. Thompson?
Yeah, I just saw this. Just for the approval of minutes section, it just doesn't say what happened. That we tabled the approval of some of the minutes. I just don't see the vote.
That was the one that was at 7.
So give me a second to pull up those meeting minutes. So the January 27th meeting minutes, and what exactly, Director Thompson?
So it's an approval item, but you don't see what the action was.
Which item?
The approval of minutes 8.1.
So approval of minutes 8.1, right, so it's missing the motion for the minutes that were approved. And there were 3 of, so why don't we just pull these minutes this evening? Because we approved 3 of the 6, and we really need to have that indicated properly. So
The vote to approve those 3 is actually up, is listed on the on the minutes, it's just not in the right section.
Oh,
It's farther, it's basically the top of page 2. After the adoption of the consent agenda, then it has motion to approve the minutes for those 3 meetings.
But it is missing the motion to remove the other
Yes.
3.
It is missing that motion, and that all should be down below under the motion to adopt.
right. So since it's really not a easy thing to cite,
Yeah.
we're really trying hard to be able to cite exactly what we're approving. Well, what do we do when there's a motion that's open? And
I withdraw my motion.
Okay. So with that, we will table these minutes. Is there a motion to table these minutes until the next meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All right, so there's a motion to table the January 2027 regular meeting minutes by Director Geiger, seconded by Director Thompson, to the March 3rd regular meeting. All right, I will take roll call. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Denzler?
Aye.
Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
And Thompson?
Okay.
All right, so that passes 7-0. All right, we got through lots of minutes. Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to publicly thank the board for your patience on the minutes. As you know, our adjustment to the new system has been a little challenging, and the system actually generates the minutes, but what we're finding is every time a change is made or a correction is made, a bunch of other things get reset. So it's like trying to manage Jell-O. We will be moving it into regular Word documents from here on out until the system fixes the tickets that we have submitted. So thank you again for all of your patience. I know it's been a really frustrating process for all of us, so we will go back to old-fashioned minutes until the system sorts out. Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you for that explanation, and that's helpful for the public as well to understand why the minutes have to be pulled sometimes, so thank you. With that, we will move to item number 9, our study action items, and the first item we have up is the finance update and needs assessment and potential consideration of 2026 MLO, with a 15-minute presentation and a 20-minute Q&A.
The evening is moving so quickly. I wasn't quick on the draw here. All right. Thank you so much. So let me give you a little history of where this presentation is coming from before I actually start it. And I have the whole team here because everyone on the team helped develop this, not just this presentation, but everything that is behind this presentation. We were asked some time ago to come up with a funding plan that would sustain the district for the long term. And so that's the discussion that we want to have with you all tonight. Maybe. Oh, okay. So I'm going to start with our current financial realities. So let me get started. My first slide up here. Can you tell I experimented a little bit with AI's beautify my slides, so here they are. I did not do all this. So our New Year funding challenges. So let me give you an idea of the landscape. So before we start talking about MLOs and bonds, the biggest part of long-term funding sustainability is, of course, the funding that we receive through the School Finance Act at the state. And as you know, we often lead that discussion thanks to our amazing CFO at the state capitol, and we're always fighting to try to have Douglas County be treated in an equitable way when it comes to funding. However, the state of Colorado is short by $1 billion. So their general fund is short by $1 billion. And funding from the general fund, the biggest massive part of the general fund goes to Medicaid and K-12. And everything else is significantly smaller. So when there's a $1 billion shortfall, it's very challenging for them to navigate $1 billion shortfall without hitting K-12 or Medicaid or both. And so the shortfall's driven by a whole lot of things, including escalating healthcare costs, Medicaid expansion, tax changes, and the expiration of one-time federal funding. So when our state was having successful tax years and they had a surplus of revenue, not above the Tabor cap, but a good amount of revenue, they were using that revenue for new programs such as full-day kindergarten and universal pre-K. And then when revenue kind of returns to normal levels, those new programs are much more difficult to fund. So when you start a new program like that without a tax change that can sustain it long term, it gets very difficult to sustain. So that those combination of factors have really squeezed funding at the state level. The governor's current education proposal has an increase of about $413 per pupil and a 30% implementation of the new School Finance Act with 3-year averaging. So just to give you a little perspective, that is a very, very small change that won't even cover inflation. And then the governor's updated budget, they were still looking for more revenues. So there's been discussions of a specific ownership tax, which would hit Douglas County School District by about $16 million. And because they're continuing to see a decrease in their revenue projections, as consistent with this board's legislative priorities, we have advocated very hard at the state to not pull $200 million out of K-12 through something really hidden, like specific ownership tax, but rather to actually freeze the formula or return the budget stabilization factor so that the cuts to K-12 education are transparent. So we continue to ask the governor's office to keep those changes transparent, because you can't pull $200 million and then say you're fully funding education. And I'm working on it. Robert, can I just say next slide? All right, thank you. All right, so what does this all mean for our school district? The 26-27 proposal would mean an additional $6.1 million in revenue after the share that we pass through to charter schools. We have about a $900 million budget because we have 92 schools, 61,000 kids, 7,600 employees, et cetera. And so $6.1 million is very, very small for the additional revenue. And again, the modifications are being discussed daily. But just again, to give you a perspective on $6.1 million in new revenue, it will cost us around $6 million just to keep benefits premiums flat for our employees. Healthcare costs are on the rise. So if our school district is going to absorb premiums so that we're not passing the premium increases along to our employees, that will cost us $6 million. So that $6.1 million is gone. The specific ownership tax, I highlight this only as a risk. Should the governor's office pull $200 million out of K-12 through specific ownership tax, it would cost us about $14 to $16 million. And so we just need to keep that in mind. We think the governor's office is backing off of that proposal. We certainly, all the signs point that way, but we're continuing to watch that. Smoothing factor also has an impact on us. So we have been a slightly declining enrollment district, and historically declining enrollment districts have been able to operate off of an average of the current year and prior years in order to keep enrollment declines from having districts fall over cliffs. And so that average has slowly been squeezed, and so it's now being replaced in theory by the smoothing factor, which is a weighted average of enrollment current year, prior year, and 2 years prior. So for us, over what is being done today, that's about a $550,000 impact. I also want to mention the Child Care Assistance Program freeze. The Child Care Assistance Program helps a lot of our families pay for base. And so that's about $750,000 that will impact our families as well as our base program. Okay, and now I want to talk a little bit about fund balance. So I've kind of told you about our situation, right? $6 million in new revenue, $6 million in benefits costs. There we are at zero, and we haven't done any other of our escalating expenses due to inflation. We have been strategically eating into our fund balance, so I do want to talk a little bit about our fund balance situation. This graph shows the different components of our fund balance and our fund balance over time. So the blue part is required. 3% of expenses is required to be set aside by Tabor, and 3% of expenses, budgeted expenses, are to be set aside per Board of Education policy. So that blue part that you see of our fund balance is set by policy and Tabor, so that sits around $45 million coming up on the revised budget. The red represents school carryover. So school carryover, our schools are all budgeted as individual schools based on their individual enrollment. And so they keep a little excess revenue each year to cushion them from enrollment changes. So if they suddenly have a drop in enrollment, which many of our schools are seeing, they're able to use their school carryover to not have to lay off staff when the school year is just getting started. And sometimes they have school carryover set aside for big projects that they weren't able to start before the end of the fiscal year. So that's school carryover. It's something we keep an eye on very closely. And then green is other for various reasons that's assigned. That leaves the gray. The gray is our unassigned fund balance. Now, these fund balances may look really big to our taxpayers, and they certainly are really big, but I want to also shine light on the fact that our monthly payroll is close to $37 or $38 million for monthly payroll. So it seems like a lot of money, but it's not as much as it sounds like. So this is our unassigned fund balance history. So again, that's the gray. That's that extra cushion that we kind of have on the top. And you can see that built up due in large part to the one-time funding received through the ESSER dollars during the COVID time. So you can see that that fund balance built up. We have been, this board and staff, we have been strategically spending fund balance down to make sure that we're keeping our resources in our classrooms with our kids instead of having surpluses at the end of the year, unplanned surpluses, and then putting them into fund balance. So we've been really working really hard to keep our resources near our kids, as close to our kids as we can. We've also been trying to continue to honor our staff. We know we're still not competitive, so we've been working to get as many resources to our staff as we can, and those things have contributed towards a drawdown of fund balance. So if our goal has always been to restore fund balance to about where it was around the COVID timeframe, so somewhere around 5% of budgeted expenses is a good unassigned fund balance for us to have without us holding excess money when our system has so many needs. So that's kind of why we've been working down towards, and you can see that at the end of this school year, we should hit about 7%. How am I doing? All right, Jana's gonna stop me if I say some number that's wrong. Okay, so all of this to say that we have a problem. It's a problem that we anticipated, so we are drawing down fund balance, but we need to get to a point where our expenditures and our revenue equal each other so that we're not continuing to draw down fund balance. We knew that the promises that we made during growth and decline when we were consolidating schools would cost us some money during this upcoming school year. And so we have planned for that. However, by the 27-28 school year, we need to get into a place where our revenue equals our expenses. And in order to do that, we think we have about a $15 million hole that we need to fill because we aren't getting any revenue from the state of Colorado. I wanted to highlight where our money is spent for the board and for our taxpayers. The graph on the left shows the percentage of money that actually goes to classrooms. Even though some of it is budgeted by our departments and special education, et cetera, it's money used to support students. So you can kind of get an idea from that graph on the left where our money goes. The graph on the right is who's budgeting the money, who's managing the money. the people at the schools or the people in the departments. So you can kind of see that distribution. And again, much of that department spending benefits kids in our schools because it's things like special education and other supports. All right, so our reality, we're going to have about a $15 million hole to fill. And in order to do that, we think we need to cut $5 million from departments and about $10 million from SBBs over the next 2 years. We can balance the SBBs a little bit better through a study, so our schools that are accumulating carryover are balanced with our schools that are not, so that we can make sure that we have that funding truly equitably distributed. So that's the reality that we are facing. And President Meek, I'm probably gonna go about 3 minutes over. Okay, so creating a sustainable funding plan for facilities and operations. I needed you to have that backdrop to have this conversation. So again, a $15 million hole to fill in the next 2 years. We are in much better shape than many of our peer districts who are filling significantly larger holes than that with massive layoffs, et cetera. Because we have 2 years, we should be able to make that work. But we need a long-term funding plan for our school district. And why do we need a long-term funding plan? Well, 3 big things. In order to meet our Board of Education ends, as reflected in the strategic plan, what our community is asking for, and in order to meet our capital needs. We've never had a funding plan that reflects the master capital plan. We've always had this master capital plan that says that we need to spend, $800 million to maintain our buildings, yet there's never a plan on where we're going to do that or how we're going to do that. It's one thing to document the needs, and it's another thing to have a plan to actually meet those needs, which is what we were asked to do. So that's what we are doing. And again, the board ends and the components of the strategic plan, which are directly reflected in the board ends. So in terms of the master capital plan, this is just a breakdown of the needs in the master capital plan. We still have $205 million needed between 2025 and 2028. That's after the bond. And we knew that. We knew that when we requested what we did with the bond. We tried to make as modest of an ask as we could, even knowing that our capital needs are still pretty massive and will continue to be. So how do we financially plan for the master capital plan? It's bonds. We talked about this before our 2024 bond election. Our tax rate dropped so dramatically in about 2012, 2014, that our bond tax rate, that we were no longer able to invest in our facilities, putting them behind and having us spending operational dollars in inefficient ways in order to try to Band-Aid and duct tape our buildings for as long as we possibly could. So there's 3 scenarios to cover our master capital plan. We can pass, is it all right if I continue? Thank you. We can pass a series of larger bonds for the next 10 years. We'd have to pass a bond every 4 years for the next 10 years, and some of them will be pretty big in order to cover that $1 billion master capital plan. For scenario 2, we have the option of getting a maintenance MLO, which means that our bonds would really be for new construction and major projects. So the bonds would be lower, and that maintenance MLO at $40 million a year would allow us to replace equipment and everything on schedule so that our buildings are safe and comfortable for our students in the long term. It also means, a maintenance MLO also means we're not paying interest in order to do capital maintenance. Scenario 3 is we can budget $40 million out of operations every year for maintenance and then pass a series of bonds. To give you a little bit of an idea of this option, it costs us about $20 million a year to run one comprehensive high school. So $40 million a year out of our budget would mean significant cuts in our schools and everywhere in our district. Very significant cuts that would really hit student programming. So the only way the district can become self-sustaining for the long term is by having a debt plan that can get our bond rate back where it was in about 2012, 2014, and then it can stay there. And when we pass a bond every 4 years, that rate stays right there, so our taxpayers don't experience an increase, and we are able to maintain all of our facilities over time. So here's just a little picture of what that looks like. This is the big bond plans. This is scenario 1 where we get all the capital maintenance funding and new construction funding from bonds. So you can see we'd have to ask for bigger bonds. But when we get to that tax rate, which is about equivalent to what it was, again, in about 2012 or so, and nowhere near as high as it once was. You can see on the blue, that's our tax rate. You can see how much our tax rate has dropped. And so restoring that tax rate a little bit will allow us to pass future bonds. These next 2 bonds would have a tax impact to get us back to where we were, and then we would be at a rate where we can pass future bonds under that rate. So we can just pass basically no tax impact bonds after about the year 2032. Option 2 is if we find that $40 million a year in maintenance through a maintenance MLO. And if we do that, then our bond rate, we can return our bond rate to what it was in about 2018 after that big drop, and it can maintain that level. So those are kind of our 2 scenarios with the bonds and what the bond amounts would be. Hopefully this is making sense. So again, we were asked to come up with a sustainable plan in order to invest in our ends and strategic plans, so directly in opportunities for students and student programming. That would be a 2026 potential MLO, a bond every 4 years. So we would recommend a $500 million bond in 2028, which is 4 years after 2024, and then 4 years later in 2032. Another $500 million bond, and then 2036, et cetera. After we get through 2032, we should be able to keep that tax rate flat and have no tax increase bonds without being able to predict the future of home values and growth and all those things. That is roughly what that would look like. So for a potential 2026 MLO, what would that look like? It would look like an additional, these are all directly from our constituents, your constituents, and all of the feedback that we all collectively have received. $2 million in additional SROs. Our families have asked us for school resource officer coverage at elementary school to be increased. Career and technical education operations, so the bond has helped us build these additional pathways like cosmetology at Douglas County High School, automotive at Highlands Ranch High School, but we have to pay the ongoing operational costs to be able to run those programs. So as we expand our pathways, we need to be able to pay the staff and get the staff that have the certifications that are required to run those programs. Personal financial literacy and life skill programming. So we have definitely worked on personal financial literacy at the high school and how we can eke that out with the staff that we have. But if we want to do it really, really well in a spiraling way from pre-K all the way through high school, we need to invest in a team to help us accomplish that. Where we're working on not just personal financial literacy, but also all of those life skills, the skills we've been calling durable skills. Specialized programming for our neurodiverse learners. We have a lot of needs as far as offering programming in-house instead of sending so many students out of district to get the supports that they need. We'd like to keep our kids in our district by creating our own programs for our students with significant special needs and other, our twice exceptional and all of our neurodiverse learners. Additional student programming, by having thriving schools and thriving communities, we've moved our 6th graders into middle school. We want to be able to offer them the same robust programming. And we'd like to, as part of thriving schools, thriving communities, be able to offer our elementary students instrumental music, which we used to do about 20 years ago, and we really haven't been able to do it since. It's impacting the pipeline for our bands and orchestras. Annual curricular investment, so we are continuing to invest in academics, and we need to continue to do that, make sure that our kids have all of that, the academic excellence opportunities. They have to have consistent curricula, not just for our general education classroom, but for our support, to support our neurodiverse learners. An annual investment in Title IX, I know this is something that the board is very passionate about, making sure that our educational facilities and equipment for our girls is equitable to that for our boys. So we are proposing a $2 million a year investment in working on that. And then lastly, compensation. We still aren't competitive. For the last MLO, we said we were going to be able to bridge that gap by about half, and we certainly have. And we are still among the lowest paying. So compensation is sort of the last piece. So those are our recommended pieces. And the potential tax impact would be somewhere around $200 a year, depending on the percentage that that mill levy override generates. I know this is a lot of really technical details, but just an overview of school taxes in general. Our local share of the School Finance Act is 27 mills, always has been. It's been sitting at 27 mills for a very long time. It doesn't fund our system. The state still has to fill in to get us to full funding. For our mill levy override, we've had 6 separate authorizations. You can see the years there. All are fixed dollars. So you can imagine the fixed dollar amount we received from the 1989 mill levy override in today's dollars doesn't pay for very much. Other entities, other governmental entities in Douglas County have fixed mills. That way the mills adjust as growth and property values grow in order to adjust for inflation and time. And so that's a little bit of information about that part. And this is just a little bit about our mill rate history. I just put this in here for your reference as you're asking questions. And historical school tax bills for residentials so that the board and our public can see kind of what those taxes have looked like for the average home in Douglas County. And then that was really fast and I still went over time, so I apologize for that. The next step for us to really dig into detail and get input and do all those other things would be if the Board of Education is interested in moving forward, you could direct staff to explore a potential 2026 MLO. The first thing we would do is conduct polling because I think some of our public commenters brought up tonight, we need to know what the public support looks like out there so that the Board of Education can make a decision about pursuing beyond that. So this just kind of gives you a little bit of that framework. And we want to make sure that we're carefully balancing priorities. With that, I'm happy to take your questions. Thank you for the grace of the extra time.
Yeah, thank you so much for pulling this together and for staff being here as well. It's obviously a lot of work to pull together this information. I know we had about 20 minutes scheduled for Q&A. In order to make sure everyone has a chance to ask a question, what I'd like to do is ask every board director to ask just one question, and then we'll go to the next, and then we'll circle back after everybody has had a chance. Who would like to start us off? Director Callahan.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. Could you talk a little bit about, you laid out 3 different options. Is there one that you're recommending? And could you talk a little bit about how the mill that would be on the 2026 ballot fits into those 3 different options that you shared?
Sure. The options that I shared were very specific to the capital needs side of the house. So sustainable funding has to speak to the capital needs side of the house, as well as the programming needs for our students. So the 2026 MLO would address programming and opportunities for our students. The options that I spoke to were just around capital. Everything else you see on this plan is our recommendation around maintaining our facilities. So we did recommend, I don't remember how my options were numbered, we recommended scenario 2 or option 2, and that's what this is a reflection of. So we recommend a 2028 bond for $500 million. And then we do recommend a 2030 MLO to address capital needs specifically. The law allows us to specifically run an MLO for that. If we were able to raise $40 million a year, then we wouldn't have to have such giant bonds, and we wouldn't have to pay interest on investing in our capital in terms of like HVAC units and carpets. We don't need to be paying interest on all of those things. So this is the most responsible plan for our taxpayers, because our taxpayers don't need to be paying interest on the smaller investments that are just maintenance versus new construction. So this was our recommendation based on scenario 2. I hope that makes sense.
Director Thompson?
Thank you for the presentation. So it's not necessarily a question that can be answered tonight, but just kind of where I'm sitting is understanding what it looks like if we do nothing. How do we decide cuts? What would those cuts to programs look like? Just being able to understand, like, if we don't do this, what is the result? So.
Thank you. So just to clarify, if we don't do anything in 2026, or if we don't do any of this, or both?
I would say both. Like,
okay.
For example, you brought up, you talked about cuts, especially for the 2030 MLO for facilities, what that would result with. But yeah, just knowing if we're not moving forward with sustainable funding plan,
yeah. What does it look like?
How do we start cutting? What are the immediate impacts? Yeah.
So if we don't run an MLO in 2026, we won't have to make additional cuts, because we really do want to add the programming restore the programming that our families are asking for. It would just mean we would continue to run very, very tightly, particularly in the area of career and technical education. If we do have a $15 million hole, and we are not filling that $15 million hole with an MLO. So I want to be really clear about that. We're taking care of, we're going to have to make cuts anyway for that $15 million hole. So the 2026 MLO is programming that doesn't exist today, that really should exist for our kids. As for the capital needs, if we don't invest in our facilities, they will dilapidate, and our kids will not have nice school buildings to go to. I mean, they will have leaky roofs, and they'll be hot and cold, and all the things that happen when you let a facility degrade over time. If we were to invest $40 million a year out of operations into at least having a base level of maintenance of our facilities, those cuts would be enormous. $40 million equates to about 400 jobs or more, 500 jobs, and that would impact every school in our entire district, because again, $20 million a year is the cost to run one comprehensive high school. So $40 million a year cut in order to maintain capital would have a massive impact. The other impact would be no new construction. So we wouldn't be building schools in our new communities and attracting families to Douglas County.
Director Ryan?
So when you're talking about cuts to personnel, and you're saying, 400, 500 jobs, where are those coming from? Or where would those come from in the projections that you've made?
We would have to do a detailed analysis if the board made a decision that you do not want to do capital maintenance through bonds or an MLO, and you want all capital maintenance to come out of operations. We would have to cut that $40 million. We'd have to go back and do an analysis, but it would have a massive impact all across our schools and programs.
Director Geiger?
I assume by the fact that we have fixed dollar amounts behind all of these, that once again, we're thinking about going for a fixed dollar amount rather than a fixed mill. Can you explain to me why? I've advocated for a fixed mill for some time so that we can take get more from the growth and get an increase in that. It still says,
No,
it still
thank you.
tells our people what the fixed rate is. And it's what other districts
Make
across
everyone dizzy.
across the state and within our own county do.
Yeah, thank you. No, I was not recommending a fixed dollar amount. We will recommend a fixed mill. Once the board instructs us to go explore, there are a few moving parts at the state level that impact what a fixed mill would look like, but our proposal would likely be to rescind all prior mill levy override fixed dollar amounts and shift to a set mill rate, which again puts us on a path to be sustainable in the future without continually going to our taxpayers.
And just to clarify, therefore, the numbers on slide,
This one, I think.
next slide. The sustainable funding plan slide. The sustainable funding side has dollar amounts next to the proposal.
Oh, yes.
Are those the initial?
That's exactly.
That's initial collection
Exactly.
of fixed mill?
Correct. That's the initial collection. That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other director that has not had a chance to ask a question before we open it up to second round? All right, Director Parker.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sense of my question, but when I recently was talking to a lot of the public about funding, there was a lot of misinformation out there, right? Why are we asking for an increase if it was just voted on? And so a lot of people think, well, we build more houses, so there's more money, and it's not that simple. And so my question would be for the public to understand why do we need to increase, and why wouldn't it increase after 2032? Like, how do the numbers work with that?
Okay, let me answer your question in two parts.
Yeah.
So your first question was, why don't new houses mean new revenue for the district? They don't. They do mean additional tax revenue. So we have a 27 mil School Finance Act tax, and we raise more money with that 27 mils when there are new houses and higher property values. However, that does not pay for education. The state has to fill in whatever the 27 mils doesn't pay for. So if that 27 mils raise more money next year than it did this year, the state will just give us less next year so that we don't see the net benefit from those new houses. And I could give a whole 4-hour lecture on that, but I hope that helps, and I have. That's why they're laughing. So that's your first question. Your second question was, sorry, I've lost it. What was the second part? Had to do with the bonds.
It was just more of I just want the people who are listening to understand why doing this plan as a steady increase would stop at 2032.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
I remember now. Thank you. That was a really good question. All right, so I would keep referring the public back to this graph. Many municipalities have some kind of infrastructure tax, and their infrastructure tax is usually a set mill amount. So they get money from that infrastructure tax every single year to pay for their capital needs. If we don't ask for a bond every 4 years, we literally lose our infrastructure tax. And that is exactly what happened. So you can see the big gap where we didn't ask for bonds, and you can see what happened to our infrastructure tax. So we're the only entity that we have to ask for it again every 4 years just to keep our infrastructure tax. So we can't live on what it is right now. It is, if you can see right now, which is the last dark red bar, you can see where that drop is in our infrastructure tax from where it was in 2012, 2014. So the next couple of bonds will mean a small increase as we slowly build that mill rate to get closer to what it was, not at the peak, but to get closer to what it was during those years when we were actually able to thrive. Once we get it to about that level, then we can ask for future bonds. The growth will help us ask for future bonds without a tax increase, but we have to get it back up to a level that then we can sustain by asking for a bond every 4 years to keep it at that level.
Yeah, I'm not asking another question, just to summarize. So just for everybody, we're not asking for more every year, we're just asking to maintain.
Once
we go back to
Right.
that maintain. Okay.
Once we get it back to where we were in about, I
Yeah.
don't know, I can't read my own graph, but
No, that's okay. Thank you.
in the mid-2000s, yeah.
Director Densler.
That's what squeezed us.
Thank you so much for all this information. I think it's really important. And obviously we want our students to have the best. I am sensitive to the rising cost of living and affordability. I guess my question is really just an ask, that if we move forward with this, I would really like to see, and you've done really well with like the $750,000 household would be paying this or this. I would like to, if possible, see that for some of the other sort of housing ranges, just so that we have really concrete numbers, because asking people for money is really hard. And yeah, I love the per average home of $750,000. I'd love to see that for the average home of, $500,000, and maybe that's in there. I don't know.
So we, the number above, the number in the second row from the bottom,
right,
is the number for every $100,000 of home value. So people should be able to go, I have a $500,000 home, so it's 5 times 18, 19.
My concern is they won't. So I just,
yes, yes, of course,
basically.
of course.
Yeah,
we can provide information.
Just because I think it makes it a little bit easier to ask for a certain.
Sure. Thank you for the feedback.
All right, I will ask my question. Can you speak to your thoughts on polling, the timing, the extent of the questions we would want to ask our public?
Sure. So if the board requests that we move forward to explore, the next step would be polling. Traditionally, what we've done is the board has designated 2 board members to assist in the polling, the development of the poll. Developing a poll is a huge investment of time on the part of my staff and on the part of the 2 board members who volunteer. We would work with a pollster to develop the questions. It sounds so easy. It's really not. The crux of it is that you provide arguments. So you'll ask it blind. They ask the ballot language blind to see what the initial reaction is. And then they provide messaging in favor, and they can see how the different messaging resonates. So it's one way for us to see, do our taxpayers really care about more SROs or career and technical education, or do they care more about something else? So it allows us to look at the causes that we want to make sure are part of that MLO, or that we're proposing are part of that MLO, and how the taxpayers react to that. And then we also have to have a list of negative messaging. So a list of all the all the things that some of our public commenters said, which are all valid points. We feel like we just did this. You're doing so well. Why do you need more money? If you're thinking about negotiations, what impact does that have? So just those negative messages that we already are hearing and know we will hear, to see what impact that has. And then the taxpayer is asked that ballot question again, and the pollster assesses how the negative messaging or positive messaging individually contributed to a change or not a change in that vote. So that's a little bit how the polling works. It's a science. They know how many people to poll to get a statistically significant. The last thing I'll say about polling is that a pollster will tell you, whatever the polling comes in at, plan on the ballot initiative, you're gonna lose points. They're gonna tell you the poll is your high, and then you're gonna lose points as you get closer to an actual election. The last 2 years, 3 years, that has not been true for us. Our poll has been whatever it is, and our election has come in higher than the poll for the last 3 years. However, I think still there's a lot of wisdom in that, because certainly other districts, what they experience is they always come in lower than the poll. So if you have a poll at 51%, for example, that's pretty scary.
Hey, directors, other questions? Director Geiger.
Again, thank you for this considered insight. I've been through 4 tax elections. And the nice part is some things never change. I think Mr. Smith or people like him have always told me every one of them was dead on arrival. And I've seen 3 of them pass. can you talk to the new board members in particular, because like I said, I've been through this, about what the district can and cannot do in terms of public education in between, say, a poll and when the board decides whether or not to put a MLO on the ballot?
Sure. So first we would get through that poll, and then I think we would poll the Board of Education, and you all would decide if you want us to continue to explore in light of the results of the poll. If you do, we would work on a significant public education campaign. We're educating the public on how we're funded. Until the ballot question is formally put on the ballot by this board, which generally happens in late August, staff is allowed to go out and educate people and advocate for the needs of the school district and the needs of our students. Once there is a ballot initiative placed on the ballot, then we can no longer advocate. All we can do is provide factual information, and that's what we do. I do want to emphasize that if we do go down this road, it is, I already said this, but I want to say it again, it is thousands of staff hours. So it would have to be balanced with other priorities to make sure that we're able to really focus on that public education campaign, because that is going to be the most important component. And you guys can help with that too.
Director Callahan?
So can you just talk about the ideal timing of when, is it ideal that we authorize the polling tonight? What's kind of our window for making that decision?
My recommendation would be that our very next step be that poll. And so yes, that would be my recommendation if the board is looking at exploring this, to authorize, to request that staff explore a potential MLO, and the first thing that we will do is start to execute on a poll. Because truly, if the polling comes out, at 40% or something, something really negative, we don't want to invest taxpayer dollars and time into advocating for something that likely is not something our taxpayers want. So that poll is going to be that really important first piece of information. So yes, ideally we would get authorized to move forward tonight, and we would hopefully get a poll in March so that we can come back to the board by the April board meeting with some information.
So I think what I would add, polling can be extremely helpful beyond even an MLO in regards to understanding where our community stands on different issues and programs and priorities. So I think to keep that in mind is something that could be really valuable for us. And I think the motion we probably would be looking for is to direct the staff to explore a 2026 MLO, which would, and I don't know if it would need to also speak specifically to polling, or if that's just inherent in exploring. Okay.
Yeah.
Other questions? Director Thompson?
Yeah, so the only area that I'm still kind of just sitting in that I don't feel like I have a full picture or full understanding. So if we're talking about the 26 MLO and the areas of investment, just really understanding what these things are going to actually do. So I know that you provided a few examples. You try to cover a lot of material very quickly, but just really being able to be, okay, so if we're investing, $4 million in student programming, what does that even mean? What does that look like? The other thing is I know polling, right? We could look to see what matters to the community within these areas as well, but my first look at this, I'm like, why is CTE so high when I think it's an important thing that we're doing? We are growing it, and we've had a lot of accomplishments, but when I'm thinking back on like what I hear our problems are over the last couple of years that I've served on the board, I would assume that we would be investing in programs that address those things that we hear on a pretty regular basis. And so maybe it is addressed in these other categories, but just not having that full picture and understanding.
So thank you for that question. What the items that were provided to you tonight are very, very rough estimates. So don't think that a final would look like that necessarily, because we need to go, as part of the exploration, we have to go back and do a really tight estimate on exactly what we're doing under each of those categories and how much it costs. So the balance may look a little different. These were very, very rough estimates. That, you know, those are the areas that our community's been asking for and that we've been hearing about. For example, the specialized programming for neurodiverse learners. And so we're trying to make sure that our rough categories were reflective of what our families have been asking for and what our community's been asking for. But once we're able to do a deep dive as part of an exploration, we'd be able to come back with truly a spreadsheet that's like, here's exactly what it's paying for. We aren't at that level right now.
Yeah, I just think we probably need a little bit more in order to pull.
Yeah, so directors, we are at time for 20 minutes. We can extend that. I'm just giving us a time check. And I will weigh in. I kind of had the same thought as Director Thompson, where the timing for perhaps the board to share feedback on those priorities based on what we're hearing and, you know, what we've seen. I kind of would share the CTE, like I feel like the neurodiverse programming, I feel like programming for special education students. I mean, I think all of us probably have ideas around, you know, priorities and where they fall. And so I think my question would be, you know, what does that sequencing look like in order to get to polling if we're trying to do polling right as soon as possible?
Yeah, we are happy to take your feedback. You know, we can take your feedback right now. If you feel like there are significant areas that are missing, I wouldn't worry too much about the balance because again, we haven't done a deep dive into exactly what that would look like, and we wouldn't do that without the board's input, so the balance might look different. But if we're missing a broad category, that would be great information to have, because when we poll, we would really only poll around pretty broad categories, like the ones presented, and so whatever we're missing, or if they're not worded well, we'd love that feedback.
Director Callahan.
I'd like to make a motion to add 5 minutes to our discussion.
All right, there's been a motion by Director Callahan, seconded by Director Geiger to add, was it 5 minutes to our discussion? With that, I'll take a roll call. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Densler?
Aye.
Geiger? Aye. Meek? Aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
All right, that passes 7-0, and I'm looking at the clock. We have 5 more minutes for conversation. Director Thompson.
Just moving on the same thread, there was a comment tonight that I felt was helpful, and that was, you know, what is the outcome that's going to be, what are the outcomes that we're hoping this is going to translate into? And so that's another thing I think will help connect the dots. So if we're increasing, you know, well, in the curricular investment, like how do we think that's going to impact student outcomes and performance?
Thank you. That's a really great point, and definitely something that we would come up with collectively as we really land. For the purpose of polling, it wouldn't be anywhere near that level of detail. It would just be the broad categories, no dollar amounts attached to each broad category, just those broad categories. But certainly as we formulate this together in our messaging, after the polling, we'll have to make sure it does reflect what our community can expect as far as outcomes.
Director Callahan.
On the educator compensation, if we could go back to that slide that has the different categories. It talks about a 2 to 4%. Yeah, the 2 to 4% increase. That's not to give people steps. That would be to move the scale, the entire scale that educators are paid on. Is that correct?
The couple of things. The Board of Education, once we work on kind of landing the plane, if the polling comes out well and you guys want to move forward, we'll work on the details. So decision one would be, is compensation educators only, or is compensation our classified staff, our bus drivers, across the board? Our thinking was across the board, as our 2023 MLO was. And so that 10 to 20 million is a 2 to 4% increase across the board. So for educators, yeah, that would look like a 2% increase to base, or 4%.
And then I think you've in this conversation kind of put it back on us and said if it's what we want, and I appreciate that. I also really value what you think is best, and would love to hear your thoughts there.
Thank you. This does reflect our initial recommendation, but again, we would have to put many, many hours into going through all the details in order to come up with a final recommendation. But in terms of compensation, our recommendation and what you see on this slide is a 2 to 4% increase in compensation for all staff.
Director Thompson.
Do you mind clarifying how passing an MLO will impact charters?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for that question. Our charter schools get an equal per student amount out of the MLO. They'd have to follow the ballot language. But the MLO is divided by the total number of students we have in our school district, and the MLO dollars follow our charter school students to their district authorized charter school for the same causes. I'm glad you asked. Thank you.
Director Callahan, and then back to Director Thompson, knowing that we have 1 minute.
I'd like to make a motion that we ask staff to explore a 2026 mill.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Director Callahan, seconded by Director Geiger, that the board explore or direct staff to explore a 2026 MLO. Any conversation? Director Geiger.
I would point out that explore does not mean approve. In the past, we have found that surveys are helpful and lead us not just on what may or may not pass, but what is important to our citizens, and I'm extremely happy about that. Obviously, this is always based to some extent on broader issues. I do note that last week, Vice President Vance indicated that we would have the greatest economic year in history. And so if the Republicans in Washington are correct, that should help us move forward. But even if it does not, we need to know what the people in this county are thinking about how the economy works and how much they are willing to invest in students.
So I'm always very open to polling. I actually think it's a very good practice for an organization to conduct regular polling. I think it helps us with our accountability as a board as well. And so I agree with Director Geiger. You know, I certainly don't have my mind made up one way or another, but I feel like polling as a way to explore is kind of a common sense next step. Any other comments? Discussion?
We just heard from people who are against this today. We heard from people who are for it. I've gotten emails from both sides. And so I think it's hard to understand what all of the county wants without polling, right? We only hear what a certain group wants, people who are available to come to these meetings, people who are available to kind of look at the agenda and send emails. But voters are a lot more than that demographic, and I would love to know more what they think.
Seeing no further discussion, we have a motion on the floor. I'll go ahead and call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 7-0. The other thing I would bring up, which is maybe what the superintendent was getting ready to say. In the past, historically, we have had 2 board directors volunteer to work with the polling company and staff and, looking at the questions. I've done that in the past, with Director Moore. It's a really valuable, and I would recommend that we do that. So what I'd like to do is open it up to see if there are any board directors that would like to volunteer in that process. Director Callahan? Do you want to?
I'm happy to help.
Okay. So thank you both. Director Thompson and Director Callahan will be our board liaisons to help support the polling process. And thank you again, Superintendent Kane, for everything. Do you have any additional thoughts or questions for the board?
Nope, just thank you very much, and thank you to my team for all of their efforts. This presentation was a reflection of all of us, so thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, we are moving on to our next item, item 9.2, Elementary School 50 Boundary Recommendation. We have a 15-minute presentation, and we extended the Q&A to 25 minutes. So with that, we will start.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here and discuss this with you this evening. We are going to do a little bit of a tag team. Robert, could you advance the slide, please? Thank you so much. I'm going to discuss our Elementary School 50 impact area, and then I'm going to turn it over to our planning manager, Siobhan Caldwell, that's going to speak specifically about the preferred alternative for the Elementary School 50 determination. I'm going to start with a brief background and the recommended boundary change, our outreach and engagement plan, and the appendices, which really hopefully you've all had an opportunity to take a look at. In the board packet, I want to preface all of my comments by it really delivered the what we want to do and why we want to do it. We didn't spend a lot of time in the presentation that you received in advance on the people side of it and the impacted families and what we are going to do. That I'm going to go into a little more detail and also want your feedback should you accept the recommendation from staff on this. So with that, a little background on me. I think I'm uniquely qualified to have this conversation with you in a weird way because I moved schools 12 times by the time I graduated from college. So I had a lot of movement in my childhood and understand personally what that felt like when it happened. And the real reason I'm coming before you today is to prevent some subset of our students and our families from moving twice within 2 school years. So the area that we're discussing is that hatched area above. The red area is the boundary right now for Acres Green as of the Board of Ed decision-making on growth and decline. The blue is right now Eagle Ridge. That hatched area right now is assigned to Acres Green, which would be silver spruce going into next year. What I'm asking you this evening is to consider that hatched area being reassigned as of this summer to Eagle Ridge Elementary. The reason we are asking that is if not, we would see significant drop in Eagle Ridge enrollment when we opened our new elementary school, which is represented by the green star. To orient everyone a little bit, north-south is I-25. You see our freeway system. East-west is 470. This area is just south of 470 and just west of I-25. The school in the dot of that hatched area is our magnet school, Lone Tree Elementary. The school immediately to the west is Eagle Ridge Elementary, and that is in the blue area, and Acres Green is represented in the red area. This recommendation was brought before an internal stakeholder group which comprised of our principals of these schools along with our EDOS and some of our executive leadership, and was brought before the LRPC, and there was a unanimous recommendation from both parts to make this boundary adjustment. So taking it back a step, the current boundary, that's today, without the decision-making around growth and decline, the green areas are currently assigned to Acres Green. See, it makes sense, green, Acres Green. The red is part of the Fox Creek, the blue is all Eagle Ridge. What, again, we are asking is that red hatched area. So after the growth and decline decision-making, which was what we went out and talked to the public about, and this is very serious decision-making made by this body, not all of you were on this body, but it was a lengthy process led by our Chief of Staff, Colella, to really go out and talk to the community about growth and decline. And it was hard conversations and hard decision makings. And those decisions resulted in the boundary that you're seeing for school year 26-27, which is on my right, your left. And that group was assigned to what will be Silver Spruce. We talked to those families for the last year about the fact that they were going to be going to Silver Spruce. They met with cohorts discussing going to Silver Spruce. So I stand before you not pretending that this is not a big adjustment for those families. So let's talk about what that looks like and who's impacted by this. So I mentioned it before, the reason this came about, quite frankly, is when we started looking at the boundaries for elementary school 50. And to give you a bit of a preview, if I can go back, if I can go back, I can't go back. When we looked at assigning the families on the east side of I-25 into the new elementary school 50, which just logically makes sense. We don't want to have them cross a freeway system. We lost a significant amount of enrollment from Eagle Ridge, and quite frankly, we dropped that enrollment into the high twos, low threes. So 6 scenarios were evaluated, and every single one of them had a significant impact on Eagle Ridge. The other scenario with acceptable enrollment for Eagle Ridge looked at reassigning even more of Acres Green or the Silver Spruce kiddos back in. So the other thing that was evident from a transportation standpoint, which we also recognize is a challenging resource for us right now, the scenarios made logical sense from that standpoint as well. Robert, if you wouldn't mind. I think when I tried to go backwards, I messed up going forwards. Okay, so this proposal best balances multiple criteria. Balanced enrollment for our schools, it creates transportation efficiency, it does create neighborhood alignment, it actually assigns children to the school closest to them. We were assigning children in those neighborhoods would have been driving past Eagle Ridge on their way to the new Silver Spruce. It leaves room in elementary school 50 for growth, and it does disrupt our households. And this slide is actually, I think it might be more than 65, and this is why I've got my phone a friend right here who's on top of these numbers. I think it's been updated. It's an interesting neighborhood, guys, that right now, of the 292 kiddos that are PK through 5 in this area, only 77 of them are actually going to Acres Green, which was their assigned school. There's more children at Lone Tree Elementary, and if you recall that the map that you saw, Lone Tree Elementary is kind of smack in the middle of that hatched area, so it kind of makes sense that they go there. So we've got 292 PK5 students, 261 K through 5 students. There are actually 77 K through 5 currently enrolled at Acres Green. Of those 77, 15 of those are in 5th grade, so those would not be factored in for next year. They would be taken out because they're going to Crest Hill Middle School. And then this tells you Lone Tree Elementary is the top school. 14 of the kiddos are at Eagle Ridge right now, and 8 of them are at Fox Creek, which would be the new Lone Tree Elementary. The dots on the map on the left show you where the yellow are kids enrolled in another school other than their neighborhood assigned school, again, which is Acres Green. The red dots are the Acres Green kiddos that would be impacted by this decision making. I need extra time for my clicker, it's not working. Again, I'm gonna quickly go through this. This is just a breakdown of PK through 5 kiddos within that area. If you look at the Acres Green students, I mentioned 50 of the 91 kids, 77 families, 91 kids, 15 of those are 5th graders that would not be impacted by this boundary change because they're going on to Crest Hill. Okay, 65 in the focus area with K through 5 kids enrolled at Acres Green, Again, I'm not going to read through all these numbers. Another special group that we want to make sure we're paying attention to is our special education totals. There will be no impact to those students. There are 3 K-5 students in special education center-based programs at all of these schools. So Acres Green, Fox Creek, and Eagle Ridge. The Acres Green child that would be impacted, their household would be impacted. As I said, this child will not be impacted, is currently not using district transportation. There are 33 K-5 students enrolled in that area that are using transportation. And again, the center-based children will receive district transportation services as usual. Nothing will change for those children. One more for me, please. Okay, so what will this bottom line for these families? Enrollment at Silver Spruce or Eagle Ridge is guaranteed for all of these students that are currently at Acres Green that reside within the impact area. Students will receive our typical district transportation service to Eagle Ridge within the impact area. All of those children are outside the 1 mile walk zone, so buses will be provided. Students who wish to stay with their cohort and remain at Silver Spruce Elementary and needing district transportation will be provided that for 1 year. The bus will board and deboard at Acres Green, which is a similar scenario of what we said to families being impacted by growth and decline. The current students residing within the project impact area and affected by the boundary change will receive priority open enrollment status to the school of their choice per the superintendent policy JCA/JFB-R. Students receiving transportation through center-based special education program and will not be displaced, and they will receive the exact same transportation that they're receiving today. One more for me, Robert, please. Okay, so this is the communication kind of template, and it is purposely vague because we wanted input from this body, and we also then want to fill out the details. We received some very good feedback when we presented this to LRPC with the addition of the PTO and SAC meetings. The first thing at the top was a memo brief to the board at the end of January, which you received prior to this presentation. We don't have a finalized notification, but we plan, depending on the outcome of your decision-making tonight, to prepare a letter that we'll be sending out by the end of the week to the impacted families of those households. That letter will be followed by a personal phone call from me to the families, following up, asking questions, concerns, explaining the process and what they can do, what their options are. Then, I skipped some steps, sorry. We did the brief to LRPC. We've done the brief to the internal stakeholders. Again, unanimous approval to move forward with this recommendation. After the phone calls, we want to schedule a public meeting at Acres Green Elementary for these families. We want to also have a virtual meeting for them. So if they can't make it in person, they have that option. We want to arrange tours for Eagle Ridge Elementary. Again, we've discussed this with all 3 principals, the current principal at Acres Green, our principal at Fox Creek, and our principal at Eagle Ridge, and they all agreed that they would, they're amazing. You know these principals, they are phenomenal individuals, and they are willing to lean in. They know these families and they want to make it work. Could you go back one more? I don't know my plan without it. Thank you. One more. There you go. Okay. Again, we're going to follow up, reach out, follow up, reach out. And again, as said, inform PTO and SAC. We'll then work with our internal team to make sure that these families that are reaching out have access to their choice programming, open enrollment applications, what they need to do to be successful, schedule more tours if we need them, and then we'll move forward with a second public meeting should the families desire. And then we will be bringing back, and Siobhan is going to take over the second part of this presentation, which talks about the boundary recommendation that we would like to go to the public with for Elementary School 50. And again, that was the genesis of this change. When we started doing that work, the impacts started revealing themselves, and we said, we can't ask these families to move twice. This is a very truncated process. It is not a normal process. But speaking personally, I would rather have moved one time in a short amount of time than move twice in 2 school years. So the rest of this is really regarding the impact, the boundary discussion. So with that, I want to let you know what our recommendation is. Thank you. It is to approve the reassignment of the impact area located south of C470, east of Yosemite Street and Lone Tree Parkway from Acres Green Elementary School to Eagle Ridge Elementary School effective this July. And with that, I'd like to take questions on this part of it because it does lead into the ES 50 boundary conversation.
Okay, thank you so much for that. How long is the additional part of the presentation?
Because I sucked the air out of this one.
Just to help
I think the second part of it is not going to require a decision this evening. It's to inform you about what we'd like to go out to the public with and receive their feedback on. I could do it right now.
Just trying to clarify our time and what we need to accomplish.
She can name that tune in 5.
Is it helpful, board directors, is it helpful to hear the second part before we?
I could show you the map, and I think if I maybe just do that one. Thank you for making it not just me. To go through. I'm gonna tag Siobhan in. Yeah. And I'm gonna steal a little bit of her thunder quickly, and then I'm gonna leave it to, no, stay up here. I promise, I'll go quickly. Okay, I give up. You try. Try and make it work. I wanted to just go to a map. Just go to the map so I can basically show. So, what? The next one. That's the map that's going to be the final recommendation. As you can see, all of the green is proposed to be assigned to Elementary School 50. And in doing so, all of those student population that was going to Acres Green is going to be moved out of Acres Green into Elementary School 50, and then it's a logical boundary. The blue would all be Eagle Ridge, the red would all be Silver Spruce.
So I'll go through this quickly in 5 just to give some context. I'm going to talk quickly about the preferred scenario for the new school for Elementary School 50 and the planned outreach and engagement that we're proposing. So again, this is just a brief and to give context to the decision we're asking directors to make tonight. So this is just the why. We all know that the bond approved a construction of 2 new schools, one in the Ridgegate development, one in the Sterling Ranch development. Effectively by determining a boundary in the May and June timeframe, and this year will give us adequate time to notify our families, give everybody enrollment options and guidance when enrollment opens in November 2026, and project for staffing, budgeting, all that good stuff. And then the why behind the outreach and engagement plan that we're going to show you is just to ensure that this option is as thoroughly vetted internally and external as possible. This is just to show, I think when we're talking about Eagle Ridge and being concerned about low enrollment, it's easy to logically jump to, well, why do we need a new school approximately 3 miles away? So we just wanted to show this map to make sure that it was very clear that Elementary School 50 is still needed, and those are kind of two separate issues, but this just shows that there's over 10,000 already entitled residential units with only about 600 of those completed east of I-25. And then we have an additional 1,800 acres below the Ridgegate development that is not zoned or entitled yet, but pretty extremely likely to develop at urban densities maybe in the next 10 to 20 years. So there is a need for elementary school 50. This is an overview, high level of where we're at, how we got there, and what we're proposing. So we started looking at boundary alternatives, doing the data analysis internally in the planning department in about September. We started vetting these options with the internal planning committee. That's a group of about 20 staff members, I would say, that we've been meeting monthly, the long range planning committee, and then the superintendent's cabinet. We whittled those scenarios down to our preferred ones in the kind of December, January timeframe. And we are here now where we are proposing external vetting, outreach, and engagement to get us to a May, June board consideration time. This is an overview of what the LRPC and the Internal Planning Committee, what we spent a lot of time doing in this work was to identify and determine appropriate criteria. So how are we evaluating these different boundary scenarios that we're looking at? And how are we determining if they're good or bad scenarios and getting to our preferred scenario? So I won't read all of that, but in short, we determined kind of 6 overarching themes that were very important to staff and the LRPC, and then give a definition of it there in the middle, and then all the way on the right side is the actual metrics that we use to measure that criteria, so those scenarios against those criteria. Here's the same map that Jackie showed in the previous presentation. On the left, you have the existing boundaries as of this year. Through the growth and decline process, you have the consolidated boundaries that were adopted to be effective next year. Red shown as the Silver Spruce Elementary School attendance area, and then blue as Eagle Ridge. This is the map of our preferred scenario. So in this scenario, everything east of I-25 would be recommended to be assigned to Elementary School 50. Ridgegate West would remain assigned to Eagle Ridge Elementary School. Portions of Silver Spruce Elementary School east of Lone Tree Parkway and south of C470 would be recommended for reassignment to Eagle Ridge Elementary School, and assuming that that would have already happened as part of the previous recommendation. This is to show, I think, the strongest argument for why this is staff's preferred scenario. As Jackie said, we looked at 6 different scenarios, and 4 out of 6 of those dropped Eagle Ridge's enrollment down into the 200s, low 300s at some point in the 7-year outlook, and then simultaneously also had Silver Spruce above facility capacity in some instances. So trying to find that right balance of balanced enrollment amongst all 3 schools, and also a healthy inaugural opening enrollment for Elementary School 50. This shows how that preferred scenario stacked up against those criteria that we showed. Green is essentially, is it an improvement upon current state? And then red would be, is it worse than current state? So this scenario preferred, it improved against current state on all 5 criteria. It is disruptive. As we pointed out, there's 77 kiddos currently going to Acres Green, about 65 households that would be reassigned to Eagle Ridge as opposed to being reassigned to the new school. I'm just gonna jump to the proposed outreach and engagement. Very similar to the outreach and engagement that we're proposing for doing the recommended boundary change. 2 in-person or virtual meetings proposed, kind of town hall style. We would want to really advertise this through the website, have a website, use every kind of medium available to us with the communications department, and then continue to bring this back to the LRPC, the internal planning team, and the cabinet, continuously briefing as we're doing this outreach, saying what are we hearing, how are we incorporating that into the preferred scenario that we'll ultimately bring to the board in May and June. And then this is just additional information showing how those other 5 scenarios stacked up against the criteria. And I think it's kind of evident or obvious that the preferred scenario, it's green all the way across except for one. Some of these kind of made things worse in comparison to current state on too many of the criteria. So we can jump back to that if you guys have any questions, but that's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, and for what is kind of a complex analysis. So thank you for bringing this forward. Given that we have 25 minutes now scheduled for conversation, I'd like to suggest we do it again the same way. One question, and then we rotate around to make sure everyone has a chance and circle back. So who would like to start us off? Director Ryan.
So obviously I had a chance to get most of this lowdown along with Director Geiger, like you mentioned, since we are the liaisons for LRPC. But one of the most helpful things that I found from the discussion was the transportation aspect and how buses drive past Eagle Ridge. So I don't know if you want to talk to that, show the map, and show if we were not to make this change, how that busing would work.
I'm not even going to attempt to do this, so you go. No, I can talk to that part. I can't make that work. So yes, I mean, I think if you look at the preferred, and why don't we just go to the map of the preferred scenario, you can see it is actually clear lines, clear transportation routes using I-25 as the major thoroughfare. So that gives you a sense of this is the logical transportation. If you want to go back now to the ones that we showed before, that one works. You can see the green or the red that is assigned over to Silver Spruce is actually driving past Lone Tree Elementary. It's actually taking neighborhoods that are in the city of Lone Tree that play with kids right across the street and driving them to a different home school. And I can't help but speculate. Perhaps this has a lot to do with the reason so many of these children are choosing to, or these families are choosing to open roll outside of their neighborhood school. So the green on the south side of Lincoln was already assigned to Eagle Ridge as part of the boundary determination in 2025. So if we were going to focus on the red, you see the majority of red in that pocket, that hatched area, again, driving past Eagle Ridge. So we're going to take buses, quite frankly, that drive past Eagle Ridge to go over to Silver Spruce if we don't make this adjustment.
Director Geiger.
Thank you both. I've been impressed as I've reviewed this about the amount of work that went into it. And I don't mean to get a lot of history here, but when Superintendent Kane, Mr. Colella, and I and other members of this board were discussing consolidation, particularly with Acres Green and Fox Creek, the now Silver Spruce, we were able confidently to say that there would be benefits to those people by the combination. Because we were combining, you could stay with the cohort that you wanted to be with. You would be able to join a community that had combined together rather than just being the kids from Acres Green that were dropped into Fox Creek. That issue was raised a number of times. We were told that it would be likely that teachers from Acres Green would migrate to the new Silver Spruce, and that the kids moving from Acres Green to Silver Spruce would have some teachers they knew. We talked about how special education teachers would likely move along with them, so that everything we discussed about the benefit of combination to the people in Acres Green is now gone for those 77 families. So the question I have to ask is, when I go back out and try to talk to these people about this change, why does this make life better for those 77 kids?
And I think the superintendent does want to weigh in, but if I could just beg your indulgence to make one point. I think, well, these children could still remain at Silver Spruce, and I recognize the transportation isn't there, sorry.
Superintendent Kane.
Thank you, President Meekin. Thank you, Director Geiger, for those questions. I'm answering because COO Millay, of course, wasn't here. at that time. What we also told all of those families is that elementary 50 would have an impact on boundaries. We absolutely did, and we knew it would. We did the best that we could without having elementary 50 fully in play. So I think that was, a really big part of the challenge. The other thing I would say is that many of the families that we're talking about are actually sitting on a wait list for to be open enrolled into Lone Tree Elementary specifically. And so part of the enrollment priority that COO Malay mentioned would be to get them into the school that they are trying to get into. As for the other students, I know our COO is planning on personally calling the families and talking it over with them. Initial feedback is that actually some of these families will be happy because Eagle Ridge is closer to where they live than Silver Spruce is, but we knew it wouldn't go perfectly, and so this is part of it not going perfectly because it's mixed up with elementary 50.
Politely, that doesn't answer my question. And if the answer is there is no benefit to many of those kids, then we should be honest that the answer is that some of these kids are going to pay some price for what is more efficient for the district. And if that's a decision we're going to make, and that's the decision you're asking the 7 of us to make today, all I'm asking is we be honest, because that's not dealt with in this board. Some of these kids, if they wanted to choose Eagle Ridge, they would have. They don't. We have the chart. Okay? They choose Lone Tree. I'm very glad some of them choose Lone Tree. I hope others are able to get in. Some will be happy about Eagle Ridge. But there is a subset of kids who we went out and talked to and said, listen, you get the new and improved Silver Spruce with your teachers and your cohort and your transportation, and they are not getting any of that. And so my position is very clear. This is not whether or not I'm going to vote for this recommendation. My position is clear. We have to be very honest that some kids are just paying a price because we did too much. We built schools, we combined schools, we did a lot. And when you do that, stuff's going to fall through. That is a reality. I take full responsibility for the fact that I've been on LRPC for nearly a decade, and I was deeply involved in this process, and I didn't know it was coming. So to that extent, because that's my district, and those are the people I talk to, and I sat with those PTOs, and I sat with those SACs, and so to the extent that I failed to anticipate this, I apologize to those people. But let's be honest here today. We're going to take a vote about we're going to disrupt, I guess is the word we've chosen to use, some subset of families in a way that is not going to be to their benefit. And we need to be honest when we go out and talk to them about it, and we need to listen about what ways we can minimize that. And part of my concern here is that when we consolidated schools, we did stakeholders, and we made a decision. Yep. And today, we're going to make a decision and then talk to stakeholders, and I love that process. I understand why we need to do it. I understand why we're moving closer, but this is in no way how we handled consolidation. And promises we made during consolidation are now not being followed through on, and I'm always going to raise that as concern, even if the end, this is the best thing long-term for the district. So, again.
Director Geyer, in the interest of time, I'm just going to, I think
I would like my question answered. Why is this best for those kids?
I think the director raised excellent points, which is why you notice there was one pink element or red element on the chart, because it was the disruption to the families. The only thing I would just add is, quite frankly, these are my neighbors. I live across the street from a number of these people, so I am very familiar with this. And one of the challenges and one of the reasons that those children weren't already at Eagle Ridge is because it was full. And if they had had the opportunity, and I know this from personal experience with people, there were some of those families that would have chosen Eagle Ridge. That doesn't change anything you said, and I'm not trying to put lipstick on a pig for you, but I do very much know Eagle Ridge is a very highly regarded school, and had there been space in Eagle Ridge, there would have been a number of these families that would have already enrolled there because they would feel comfortable having their children ride their bikes there, walk there, their kids across the street were going there. So it doesn't change anything you said, but it's a data point.
Thank you. Other directors? Normally I try to wait till the end, but I kind of want to piggyback on, I guess my biggest discomfort is it feels like we haven't done engagement and we're making a decision tonight. So I'm trying to understand the timing and why we need to make a decision tonight before engagement has happened.
And it is to provide notice to families because we want this change to take effect in July of 2026. So it is to have the conversation and let families know if they want to open enroll somewhere else, if they want to make an additional change. And if we waited till a May timeframe before a final decision was made on this, I don't think it would give the families the same amount of time or the ability to get on lists or maybe make changes and decisions. So the reason is to avoid double moving, which would absolutely be happening with the decision-making around an elementary school 50. So to Director Geiger's point, the context around this is we don't do anything. It would have, quite frankly, been far easier for staff to just wait and not do anything and to have this cohort of families be moved to Silver Spruce and then next year during the boundary discussion tell them they've got to go back over to Eagle Ridge. That would have been far easier for Siobhan, but that isn't, I think it's more fair to the families to let them know as soon as possible that this is the long-term plan and they can get ahead of the decision-making.
Thank you. Other directors? Director Thompson?
Yeah, I think part of my frustration is the first round of open enrollment is already passed and we're getting this after that. So that's a pretty hard pill to swallow at the moment. The other thing is that something that this is a lot. I don't sit on LRPC, but some of the questions that just are outstanding that I don't have context for when I'm looking at this is really understanding what is open enrollment looking like in this area, and then also the pattern of enrollment at Lone Tree Elementary. So I see a lot of students in the affected areas that are already at Lone Tree, but just like I don't feel like I have the full picture to really understand even what the ask tonight is going to do. And so that's just a point of feedback to hopefully consider in the future.
And quite frankly, had we recognized this enrollment projections and what it was going to do to the Eagle Ridge enrollment earlier, we couldn't agree more, Director Thompson, that we would have preferred to bring this sooner. What we do know from trends, and Siobhan, I don't know if you remember off the top of your head, I know it was information we presented at LRPC, for whatever reason, this pocket has historically seen greater open enrollment outside of their neighborhood school than our typical 25 to 32% within a neighborhood school boundary, a school assigned boundary, opt out. We're seeing above 50% in this neighborhood opt out, and that's reflected in the data that was provided of where all these children are in schools. And I don't know if you want to add anything.
I don't think so. I'd be happy to talk to the context that you're missing, Director Thompson. But yes, I understand we're outside of the open enrollment first window, and this is late. So I'll acknowledge that this is a late request to be effective for next school year.
Can you hold it so in case other people have questions first? Director Denzler?
I guess to sort of follow up on that question is, what do we do for the families who are going to want to open enroll and then don't get to or don't get their first, I mean, like how, I don't know if there's a remedy there. I don't know how we make them whole in this. And maybe there's no answer, I don't know.
I think the idea of making whole is probably a bit challenging given the scenarios. I think what we can commit to doing is working very closely with these families and to do our darndest to make sure they recognize that we know this is significant to them and work with our choice programming to match, do a little matchmaking where we can. I do know, but we don't have specifics, that some of these families have already made a decision to try and get on an open enrollment list. I don't know the outcomes of those yet, but I know that is an active conversation, and we will work with our partners in the school district to identify these children and make sure we are following board policy, superintendent policy, to get the kids as close to where they want to be as we can.
Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, I also want to acknowledge that this is far from ideal or perfect. Certainly it was the first time we've ever consolidated schools, and having a new elementary school on the same border in the mix that wasn't opening until 27, 28 was a challenge. If someone were to ask me a lesson learned out of this situation, the biggest challenge that we had is that as we were collapsing Acres Green and Fox Creek, Eagle Ridge was overwhelmed with enrollment. And so Eagle Ridge really wasn't an option for us to be able to put some kids in, or we would have done that in the first place. So the real lesson learned here is we probably should have waited and had it happen all at once, the 27-28 school year, for that consolidation and for elementary 50, but we also had reasons why we were doing all the consolidations at the same time. So I only provide that context, not to make an excuse, but just to say this is an incredibly complicated process, and I think our families do understand that. And I'm grateful that COO Millay plans on personally calling the families. We're actually not sure how upset they will be. They might not be upset at all, because Eagle Ridge is so much closer to them than Silver Spruce. So, certainly we can come back to the board. If the board moves forward, we can come back to the board or put in an update what the reaction was of the families. So hopefully that's helpful. The ones who are actually impacted are the 33 children that are using transportation. The rest of them aren't using transportation and can stay in Silver Spruce and continue to not use transportation. It's the 33 kids that are using transportation that truly have an impact in this scenario.
Thank you for that clarification. Director Callahan, do you have a question? Director Parker? All right. Director Thompson, do you want to ask your follow-up?
So the table that you have with the scenario enrollments, it just has one number. It doesn't show a range. And so when we're thinking about the vote tonight, and I'm trying to understand, okay, this is what the impact looks, across all the different school sites. I still don't understand what worst case scenario might look at any school, because I don't see a range of what it could, because you guys do know the trends with open enrollment. We don't have those numbers in front of us. I can't kind of test it myself, but I'm worried about even the vote tonight, what could the negative side of that actually look like, because I don't understand the range of enrollment that could be impacted based off the scenario we're selecting.
So are you asking what the adoption of the boundary change tonight, how that could impact open enrollment to affect the projected numbers? It would be a swing, right, of who we were looking at is 77 families. But we do have open enrollment historic trends baked in to our projected enrollment. And I don't think open enrollment will affect the particular schools that we're looking at, because we're not asking them to open enroll. We are guaranteeing them a spot at one or the other. So I might be struggling a little bit to answer the question, because I don't know if open enrollment will have a huge impact on the 3 schools that we're looking at.
All right. Oh, Superintendent Kane.
Assistant Superintendent Windsor would like to provide a little clarification on the open enrollment piece.
No, Director Thompson, thank you. I think that's a huge question. We've been trying to look at just operationally and class size and what does that look like. And a big part of the conversation we've been working with in the planning department as well as with the impacted principals in that area is navigating from a site-based budgeting process. How do you have a student count reserve built in your budget to be able to have that flexibility? If that students are coming in, then you have the ability to flex and build classroom sizes at appropriate levels. And if not, we can return that money back as well from a centralized budget. So a big part of the process is how do we do some forecasting, knowing that of the 77 families, that are there, are we expecting all 77 to go? I don't think the principal is thinking that or we're thinking that conversation, but we've built in a structure within the SBB process to ensure that if students do come, we have the flexibility to build classroom size and to be able to navigate some of that movement that we may see this late in the game.
I am so sorry. I did not completely understand the question. We do know the range of, say, those 77 families all choose Silver Spruce, or they all choose Eagle Ridge, and we do have an understanding of what that range is and what that means for site-based budgeting and hiring.
Director Ryan, did you have a question? Director Geiger?
Eagle Ridge has always been full to overfull.
Yes. Yes.
Which is why perhaps a number of these people aren't attending Eagle Ridge by open enrollment.
Correct.
Is the availability of space at Eagle Ridge primarily because we're moving 6th grade to middle school?
Yes.
So that's where that space is coming?
Yes.
Okay. Are we I don't know Lone Tree well. We are also moving 6th grade out of Lone Tree to Crest Hill.
Yes.
So by making that, so we decided to move 6th grade to middle school. We decided to build a new elementary school, and we decided to combine 3 schools. And shockingly, we have a tough iteration between those 3. Okay. So there is space in Lone Tree, which has been at or near capacity for some time. There's space in Eagle Ridge, which has exceeded capacity for some time. And there is space in Silver Spruce, which we are trying to increase because that was the whole point of the consolidation plan. So our decision last year to move 6th grade to elementary school has made it easier for these people to now perhaps go to their closer schools of choice.
Yes.
Okay, that helps me resolve some of the issues that I have been struggling with on this, but we are relatively confident that if most of those 77 students chose Lone Tree, they'd fit.
They would be accommodated, yes.
And I think we'll probably get a variety. And if most of them chose Eagle Ridge, or if all of them chose Eagle Ridge, they'd fit.
Yes. Danny, excuse me, Assistant Superintendent Windsor, I don't know if you want to add more context.
I'm getting a lot of nods.
We're absolutely can try to build capacity. The challenge with Summer Magnet around that is we build capacity and there's also wait lists as we work through that. But we have been able to increase capacity, and Ms. Persikina is absolutely trying to make sure she's building further capacity in the building as well based off that too.
And I wondered, because when you talked about the internal stakeholders group, you mentioned Acres Green, Fox Creek, and Eagle Ridge.
And Lone Tree.
Okay.
And Lone Tree Elementary.
I wanted to make sure Lone Tree was also part of that discussion.
Yes, and Assistant Superintendent Windsor has been leading the conversation with those principals around these.
And that helps resolve, again, none of this was in the PowerPoint. So that's why I had
was
these
not.
questions. That's why I was trying to make sure that the education side and the operation side were working together. So I feel some of my issues still continue, but I have at least had my questions answered.
So, directors, I will entertain a motion to approve the reassignment of the elementary school 50 impact area located south of C470 and east of Yosemite Street and Lone Tree Parkway from Acres Green Elementary School to Eagle Ridge Elementary School, effective July 2026.
So moved.
Second.
All right. It's been moved by Director Ryan, seconded by Director Callahan, that the board approve the reassignment. Motion is now, any further discussion? All right, I will call roll. Director Callahan.
Aye.
Densler?
Aye.
Geiger? Director Meek? Yeah, I regret that engagement hasn't happened because that's always really important to me, but aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson? All right, the motion passes 7-0. So with that, thank you very much for the presentation. It's an extremely complex environment. Hopefully this conversation really has helped demonstrate just how complex the decisions have been around consolidation and growth and the movement from sixth grade. So, so thank you all to the staff for all of the analysis and work to make this happen. So with that, it is about 7:30, so let's take a 10-minute recess and then we will come back. into our policy governance section. Item number 10. But as a reminder, this portion of our agenda really is focused on the board's governance role, how we set direction, monitor performance, and ensure accountability on behalf of the community. And so our first item under this section is 10.1, the Community Connections Plan, and I will turn it over to Director Densler.
Thank you so much, President Meek. As I informed this board the last time we met, our first Community Connections meeting will be next Wednesday, February 25th in the morning. If you are on the board and available to attend, we would love your presence. This will be with mental health leaders from our community. And as part of our meeting tonight, I wanted to get your input, whether or not you're able to attend next week, on the questions for this Community Connections meeting. So if you are able to open the second attachment, I'm so sorry I didn't prepare IT that I was gonna pull up the second attachment first. This is a list of potential questions that are drawn from both the role of community connections in terms of ownership linkage, but also the board ends. And how our mental health leaders can be particularly insightful for us as we strive to meet those board ends. So there are 6 proposed questions. I don't think that we can reasonably get through all 6 of them because they are rather, in depth. So I would love it if tonight we could potentially narrow this down to 2 or 3. Of course, for the record, I'm happy to read the questions if that's helpful. Otherwise, they are available, although I would love if we would be able to get them projected to our online audience as well. Would it be helpful for me to read these? You don't know if we're able to.
Yeah, maybe reading.
Yeah, absolutely. So the first potential question is, in your professional view, again, these are mental health leaders, what are the most significant shifts in youth mental health? Thank you so much, thank you. In youth mental health, we should anticipate in the next 5 to 10 years that will define what a safe and thriving environment looks like. If the district were to truly if the district were to truly be successful in creating a welcoming environment for all students' mental health, what results would we see in our graduates 5 years from now that aren't present today? What specific dispositions or mental mindsets do you believe are most critical for students to develop today to ensure they can thrive as responsible and engaged members of society? As we consider student well-being, for whose benefit does this district primarily exist, and what are the most vital human results we should be producing for those individuals? Given the limited resources of the district, which aspects of a student's social and emotional well-being should be prioritized to ensure they reach their highest individual potential? And finally, what is the greatest opportunity for the school district to provide value to the community's mental health landscape that we are currently missing?
Director Thompson.
Thank you. It was helpful to see questions to kind of think through it and just having a baseline to go through. So I like the idea of, asking down the line, like, what do we think the needs might look like? And I like the questions around kind of identifying what are the gaps, right? But the one thing that I don't feel like we necessarily have in these examples is, so what I would like to know is, what is when we're talking about mental health or social emotional health, et cetera, that impacts their learning. So a safe and welcoming school, but actually impacts their academic outcomes. And so being able to tie these questions with the academic part, which is what they're doing in schools.
Yeah, could I sort of recap that to make sure I understand the point? Because I think that's a really good question. So understanding your question would be, what are the social, emotional, I don't know if outcomes is the right word, but what are the social, emotional components of academic success?
Yeah, or maybe even just the first question, like the shifts in mental health, but not just safe and thriving, like school environment, but for, I just want to know how it relates to academic performance.
Yes.
In the question, right? To meet their academic needs.
Yeah.
Other directors? Director Geiger?
As to Director Thompson's suggestion, which I find helpful, I think some of that is included in The second question, I think that if we put a specific reference to academic achievement in there, I think that probably would help handle that. I wonder if there is room in here, given what we are currently addressing, to shoehorn in, and I'm trying to figure out where, a question about the effect of cell phones on mental health. Because, you know, we're kind of talking about that. It could be in 2. It could be in 4. But I think a place for, can you help us, to what extent do we believe that social media and communication devices, that's the phrase we're using now, CDs, have a role in mental health, and do they believe that regulations on that might improve our students' mental health?
I want to be careful about that question. I think it's a good question. I want to be careful that we don't inadvertently open a conversation into them weighing into operational decisions, right? So I would want to be intentional in my wording of that question, but I do think that that's a really good call out.
Yes, I had a similar thought, you know, trends in mental health and connections that they've identified with communication devices and what they've seen as service providers.
Yeah, I like the idea of asking about those trends.
Director Thompson.
Just another side note is I liked the intentional inclusion of like looking at our specific components, our ends, right? So maybe if we're doing 2 questions, one's focused on the academic excellence and life skills, and the other one's setting on mindsets and dispositions. So we're going to narrow it down to 2.
All right, I don't think I see any additional questions. Director Densler, do you have any questions, any other questions for us?
No, I think this is incredibly instructive. I will craft 2 questions, sort of editing some of the ideas from these existing questions, and then adding, again, a question about the effect of cell phones and social media on mental health within the umbrella or under the umbrella of mindsets and dispositions, and then asking about social emotional well-being and its impact on academic performance. Does that sound good?
Yes.
All right, that sounds great. Thank you again for all of the work on that, and I know we're all really looking forward to that opportunity, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, item 10.2, legislative updates, and with that, I will turn it over to Directors Geiger and Densler for the update.
And Director Densler quite nicely asked me to handle that because all the work she has done on that. First, on the bill that is being supported by the district and was proposed by the district and run by Representative Hamrick and others. I received a text during the meeting from Representative Hamrick's aide. The plan is that it will be on second reading Thursday or Friday. Currently, CASE, CASB, AFT, which is American Federation of Teachers, CEA, which is the Colorado Education Association, the Charter School Advocate, and the rural school districts are in strong support. There is some pushback from some outside groups, not necessarily against the bill, but attempting to amend it that would add some more requirements on kindergarten teachers. The sponsors are all, quote, holding strong to not adding anything to district, school, or educator plates. So we should have an update by the end of this week. If that passes through, I will provide an email update to the rest of the board. As to other things that are going on, there's a lot of really this is the point where everybody's kind of introduced their first 5 bills. And there's a lot of interesting stuff out there, but not very much has gotten through committee. And so, and some of these that are very interesting are highly unlikely to pass. For example, there is a bill, well thought out, well constructed, that would essentially backfill some of the concerns about civil rights enforcement in schools that is being reduced from the federal level, and that would backfill that with the state level. All well and good, but that would require essentially funding an entirely new state bureaucracy at a time when fiscal notes are killing bills. So unless they can find out a way to fund that, it likely will die on the shoals of our fiscal problems. But if that changes, we will let you know. There are, like I said, a couple of other interesting ones. I don't know if I've mentioned that one bill would allow school districts to seek red flag orders to possess guns. Again, unlikely to go anywhere. And I think if it did get to the floor, we probably would be advisable to ask our lobbyists if we should take a position on that. Let's see, what else? A really interesting one from Senator Kolker, who is the head of the Education Committee in the Senate, that would essentially end all standards, all review standards, except those required by the federal government. It would eliminate all other state achievement standards. Other evaluations, et cetera, would be required, but any cumulative standards would be eliminated if not required by the federal government. That hasn't even been put on for a vote. That is supported by some bipartisan supporters, but again, unlikely to move forward on a lot of other things. Another one that might have an impact is mandatory training for coaches on concussions. That's been introduced in the Senate and is assigned to Health and Human Services. These are things that, as we see them come up, I will let you know. Representative Marshall and Senator Baisley's bill to make school board elections mandatory by district has been assigned to the State Veterans Affairs and Military Affairs Committee. That committee tends to be difficult to get things out of, and is set for hearing in 14 days. So again, right now everything's kind of shaking out to see where it goes. There's no new progress on the School Finance Act. So as that changes, we will update further.
Great, thank you for that update. Any questions from any board directors? No? Okay, thank you very much for that update. So now we will move to item 10.3, so the board policy IKF graduation requirements to add to personal financial literacy, first reading of this policy. It's a 10-minute presentation, 10-minute Q&A. So take it away.
All right, I see that there's some questions regarding the clicker here, so I'm going to direct my attention over there. Good evening. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak with you tonight and share the initial first reading of a revised policy. A little bit of background information before we get into the red line issuance. This specific requirement is a direct result of legislation that was passed last year. You can see the bill number up there. It's 251192, which is adding an additional. Few things, some background about that. So this bill is asking and requiring an additional requirement. In the state of Colorado, there is one graduation requirement, that is civics. So now we're adding another requirement, which is financial literacy. And so a couple of things for clarity. The Colorado Department of Education has put out some FAQs to help us further understand what this law means. Those are linked for your reference if you want to see them. The first requirement is this indeed has to be a class, so we're adding a class requirement. That's the first layer of it. The second layer is this class has to be designed around the personal financial literacy standards that are in the Colorado academic standards, and they all have to be present in one class. In other words, you can't spread these standards across multiple classes. It has to be one class, and it has to be required for graduation. The class doesn't necessarily need to be called personal financial literacy. I've gotten questions on that. That's a question that's on several of the district's minds in terms of what the name of the class needs to be, because we do have students that transfer in and transfer out. So that's an ongoing conversation that we're having here. There is a concern that if you don't call it personal financial literacy and a student transfers in or transfers out, you need to be able to make a decision that they've met that state level requirement. The second part is that districts have the discretion in terms of implementation. That really speaks to the policy. As we talk about how to implement this and change policy, we have some discretion on what that looks like, and I've given you example in the draft first reading tonight. The other thing that's attached to that is effective 27-28. They are modifying our ICAP, is what we call it, which is the Individual Career and Academic Plan. That's currently a requirement in the state of Colorado, including our students. We'd be modifying that and revising the requirements for that to include exposure to some of the tools for financial aid. So that's something that we'd be reviewing over the next year. A few things that, just in terms of the policy when we get to the red line, what we've tried to do is strike the balance in between adding this requirement with minimal credit impacts while still meeting the letter of the law. And I can talk a little bit about what that requirement is once we get there. We've also tried to implement this with the greatest flexibility. So as we've engaged in this conversation for the last several years, although this bill was just passed last year, we've known something has been coming for several years. So we've started the conversation and engaged with the stakeholders, including department chairs for social studies, our principals, our PLS, and even our community partners. We have a lot of community partners who have a vested interest in personal financial literacy. You heard some of our public comment today. So we've started this conversation about, what could this potentially look like from a resource standpoint, from a support standpoint, and so we started engaging in broader conversations, including College Board. The one thing that we've added is the applicable date. Typically, when you introduce a graduation requirement, you don't do it immediately. You typically gradually implement as the incoming class of freshmen come in, and so this proposed change, even though it's effective as a graduation requirement now, we would implement in terms of the freshmen that come through. That would give us a little bit additional time to be able to plan, create structures around supporting this from a professional development standpoint, a master scheduling standpoint, identifying those courses, reviewing the standards for personal financial literacy, incorporating those into specific courses. If we could go to the red line version next, that would be great. So as they're pulling up this IKF graduation requirement, you'll see that we added very specific language that covers this graduation requirement. Currently, there are 4 requirements in Douglas County for a student to graduate from our schools. There are the course credits, which is there's 24 credits that they have to earn. You can see on the policy on how those credits are distributed, whether it's core or elective credits and the different types within. We have the second thing that's required is community service. Another Board of Education, bless you, another Board of Education requirement is community service. We require all of our students to have 20 hours of community service. A third requirement is all students have to have an individual career and academic plan. And the fourth requirement, which was introduced several years ago, is the students have to demonstrate competency in one of the approved menu of options from the state. For this particular requirement, we really be talking about the first part, which is the credit attainment. So in our language add here, we're keeping the same credit amount, which is 24 credits, but we're specifying that within those 24 credits, a student has to earn a half credit in a course that's designated for personal financial literacy as a condition of graduation. That's the language that we're adding. We're not adding to the number of credits. Anytime that you add the amount of credits, you're adding additional finance because you have to expand your master schedule to accommodate more students to take more classes. So there's a financial add if you do add it as an additional part of that credit amount. So we've incorporated it as part of that 24 credits. We've also not assigned it to a specific credit type, which allows us to give flexibility for different types of courses. So let me give you an example. Personal financial literacy, currently now, we have those standards that are living in some cases in a math class. We have other cases it's living in a business class. Advanced placement, College Board is now introducing a personal financial literacy course that's being piloted around the country. That's being introduced. Concurrent enrollment courses is something that we really aspire to introduce. Those are going to be introduced as part of a business class. So these courses are coming to us with different credit types. So by increasing that flexibility, it does a couple of things. One, it provides our students with greater flexibility to be able to introduce that class as part of their requirements. Some of our students really are involved heavily in advanced placement. If we provide that option, then they have an option that's advanced placement that gets them that additional credit. Some of our students want to take business classes through career and technical education. So the more options that we provide our students to meet this requirement, the more flexibility they have. The other thing that happens with flexibility is you allow building principals to be able to make decisions about their master schedule, to give them the most flexibility to provide opportunities for students to be able to meet this requirement within their current scheduling. If we can scroll down a little bit further on that particular policy, I think you'll see the red lines in the second page. So in that second page, you'll actually see the language specific to adding that 0.5 credit. It's somewhere on here. Oh, okay, apparently this is not the red line. But if you scroll up just a little bit, I can point it out here. If you stop, you can see that under, just right above page 1, it says at least 0.5 credits must include an approved personal financial literacy course. That's the change. In corresponding sections of this policy, we also changed the graduation class of in several sections. We can do that now because those students have already matriculated out. So we're removing that language so that there's clarity that all of our students that are currently in our system have this as their graduation requirement. And I think with that, I'll take questions.
Thank you very much for walking us through this proposed policy or update to IKF. I will open it up to questions. Director Ryan.
So on the slide that lists the House Bill 25-1192 requirements, it says beginning in that 27-28 school year, this needs to be reflected on transcripts. Does saying we're starting with the class of 2030, does it allow students that gap, the House bill, or do we need to make sure that those students graduating in 28 also have this?
Yeah, a great question. So the requirement for 27-28 is the revision of ICAP. It's not the introduction of the course itself. It's making sure that by the year 27-28, we've adjusted our ICAP to meet the requirements of financial aid. The separate part of that is making sure that we have a course for PFL in our graduation requirements. So they're two different requirements.
Director Geiger.
The only thing I'm not clear about is who decides what is an approved financial literacy course? Because as I understand it, there may be a PFL course, but there are also a number of courses that might meet this. Is it the building, is it the principal, or is it at the district level?
That would be a district level decision. We would review the standards and associated learning outcomes to make sure that whatever course meets that requirement, very similar to anything that we do with a board approved class. Now, if there was a class that was going to be introduced that's new, it would come before the board. But for this particular thing, we'd be reviewing our current catalog of courses to see which ones meet this particular requirement.
Director Thompson.
Just to clarify, so the requirement that is due now is technically the policy update for this year, okay.
Correct.
And then I know I had questions coming in about the impact of adding this required elective and hearing that there's going to be a lot of flexibility and all that. I think probably addresses a lot of it. So.
Thank you for the question. I think going back to something that Superintendent Kane was talking about earlier, personal financial literacy, yes, we're adding it as a graduation requirement for our seniors, but we also have to think K-12 in order to get students in the position to be able to be successful in high school. So part of our work is not captured in this policy, but it's looking backwards and saying from K through 8th grade, we've got to prepare these students to be successful for these high school standards. So part of our conversation now is we need to be able to unpack those standards, look at the learning objectives from K all the way through 8 prior to them getting into high school to create a successful path for those students before they get to high school. So as we think about this additional requirement, oddly enough, there is no fiscal note to this new requirement from the state. So as we think about the cost, while we're trying to provide as much flexibility as we can within our existing structure, not to increase the credit amount, there will be associated costs with this in the form of training, in the form of resources and support for teachers, and then also the conversation for K-8, because we want to make sure that those students are set up for success once they get for high school. So that's also part of our conversation in addition to this requirement.
Director Dinsler?
I mean, I'm so excited that this is a thing, and also got to speak up for my world language people. I'm also really concerned. I mean, maybe you can answer this, and maybe I have a level of ignorance on this. If students are having to make room in their schedule for this class, how is that going to potentially impact things like world language, like family consumer sciences? Like, I don't know. I want to reassure any teachers who are tuning in that like this doesn't mean the end of their career, essentially.
Great question. So this is part of the reason why we're introducing the most flexibility, so that when master schedulers go to create their master schedule, they're able to look at the student demands versus their staffing requirements and still meet everyone's needs. So if you're in a building where there's demands that are pulling and pushing away from certain departments, like you're giving an example of world language, this is why you want to provide something that gives the most flexibility. Currently, these standards live in social studies, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to have a class that lives in social studies. So again, you're trying to provide as much flexibility in order to offset that strain that comes with creating a master schedule.
Or we can just do an immersion class. French personal finance. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to highlight this topic is a topic that our student advisory group has brought up year after year after year, and there's a lot of passion around this. I'm not sure if you're on the agenda to talk to them about this policy or not, or if one of, the liaison can, right? One of us can talk to them and get their feedback. So I think they'll be really excited. I think also emphasizing the options, that the district is looking to make available to them is really powerful. And then I can't help but go back to the earlier presentation tonight where we were talking about a potential MLO, and there was the personal financial literacy topic on there. So if additional revenue could come in through that MLO, what it might look like versus no new revenue coming in. And I do know this is an area that I hear over and over from our community, from adults as well, talking about the need for this area. So I'm really excited to see this. I do think it does give a little bit of pause, like it's taking up an elective, right? And so how do we do that in a way where we're doing it very intentionally to try to offer as many options as we can that may appeal to students?
Yeah, thank you very much for those questions. I'm trying to get to them kind of one at a time. So the first is about the core versus elective. Because you have flexibility, this class could actually count as one of the cores. So it could count as a core social studies, or it counts as a core math. So giving that flexibility, it's not necessarily going to take away from an elective. The second is creating this particular option. In meeting with the student advisory group for the last several years, this was you hit the nail right on the head. This is a very big topic for them, and one of the feedback pieces that they have given us pretty consistent is they would like the course, but they want flexibility in their own scheduling. So we're trying to strike that balance with this particular approach.
Any other comments from directors? Is there any other feedback that you'd like to get from us on this? All right. Oh, Director Ryan.
I guess just from a drafting standpoint, the way that it's put into the document currently, just with the formatting around the 8 electives and 16 credits, I don't think it's necessarily clear that it can come from anywhere in the 24. It does look like it has to come out of the 8, and I don't know what the fix is for that, whether you just throw it at the top of everything instead of the bottom, or how you fix that, but it does look like it comes out of electives. Even if we talk about it now, this is obviously a document that should last quite some time.
Yeah, we can look at that so that it's clear to our students and their families that they have the choice, that it can be an elective, but it also can come through other course initiatives. So we'll make that change for the second reading.
Director Thompson, did you have a question?
I was just going to say it might just be its own bullet. That might be the solution to apply to both.
Any other questions? Mr. Reynolds, can you just remind us the process? This is first reading, and then what will happen from here?
Yeah, so as typically as the first reading, I know you all have a web page where you typically put policies up for public feedback. So part of the work going forward, I'm going to be meeting with the high school principals. Obviously have a very big vested interest in this. I'm meeting with them Thursday to be able to talk about your feedback on the policy and look at the draft. They've seen the draft, but to be able to re-engage that conversation. They have also been having conversations locally about what it could be the impact on master scheduling, so we'll get into that a little bit in terms of what that looks like. And it'll be out there for public to be able to give feedback, and I'll come back to you all to see if we've met your expectation for policy revisions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we will move on to our next item, 10.4, Board Policy BE, School Board Meetings, first reading.
Okay, good evening, board members, and I'm going to give a brief overview, and I'm going to stay seated here if that's okay with all of you. I'd ask that the red line version of Policy BE be put up on the screen for us at this juncture. There's some significant revisions to Board File BE, which hasn't been revised in a while. And in light of the fact that we're now meeting here at the Legacy campus after I think board action was taken in November or December to move our meetings here, it clearly is very timely that we are looking at revisions to Board Policy BE. This is the first reading, so there'll be a discussion regarding these proposed revisions, and then it'll come back to the board again at second reading. With respect to the red line version of this, the second paragraph is really revised to identify that a quorum may be established by board members in attendance at the meeting, both physically as well as if you're participating electronically or remotely. And so that was never clearly delineated after another policy was revised related to electronic participation in board meetings, but as long as we're working on this, we determined it would be beneficial to include that in this policy. Then if we move down to focus on the section on regular meetings, there were two basic revisions there. One, obviously, to identify the change of the location of the meeting, and then next, to identify when regular meetings are typically held. And so there is no real requirement in either the school code or the open meetings law that requires any certain level of specificity with respect to how many regular meetings there need to be, or that you need to specify it in policy. But we felt that this particular revision would align with present practices. It doesn't necessarily negate the opportunity for the board to schedule 2 meetings a month, because we do recognize that that occurs on occasion in some months. But this policy recognizes and would require that there would be at least 1 meeting per month, except in the month of July, when we typically do not hold board meetings. The second paragraph in this section actually addresses and really provides more generally when the board meetings will be, or the regular meetings of the board will occur. Special meetings of the board, that particular section is underneath. If you go back to the first page, we're still on the first page, there's no revisions to special meetings of the board. Under the statute, there's really only two definitions for types of board meetings. Those are regular meetings and those are special meetings. And so there is no, for example, reference to a work session or a retreat or anything like that in either the school code, Colorado law, or in the open meetings law. But there would be no need to revise our special meetings section. Those are meetings which can be called for a purpose that hasn't been considered or identified in the regular meeting schedule. The next paragraphs beginning on the bottom of page 1 is essentially a new paragraph which is replacing an old section in the policy that was previously identified as work sessions and retreats. And this particular section identifies a particular group of meetings or sessions of the board which are convened for now 3 different reasons. One would be a work session, the next would be a board education session, and then finally retreats. The board education session is essentially the terminology we would consider be used to replace lunch and learns, since lunch and learns may not necessarily be held at lunchtime. They might be held in evening hours, they might be held in the afternoon. And so we described them as board education sessions because the idea there is they would be programs where the board would be engaging in a learning process, either through learning through presentations by staff, et cetera, on implementation of programs or for other reasons which do not need to be specified in policy BE. Finally, we've added a section or recommend the addition of a section on recordings, and that is to identify when a meeting needs to be recorded under the open meetings law and the Colorado law. And those laws specify that recordings of meetings only need to be held when official action of the board is taken. So for those meetings when there are no votes taken on a particular matter, there is no requirement that there be an audio recording, which is the minimum type of recording that needs to be taken under the law. And we felt that with respect to transparency to the public, it would be important to identify that in our policies. Wouldn't necessarily eliminate the possibility that there might be a recording taken at some of the work sessions, board education sessions or retreats, but typically we have not done that, or there is no obligation to do that. And that kind of summarizes the revisions to this policy. I do want to say that there are other policies which align very closely with board meetings. And one of those is BEDG, which is when minutes need to be taken. And we contemplated whether or not there should be provisions in this policy related to minutes, but we have a very specific policy that addresses minutes, and it's my recommendation that we do not duplicate provisions in this policy when we have another existing policy which addresses when minutes are taken. Likewise, the same is true for notification of board meetings. We have a separate policy that addresses that, and that's policy BEDA. And so it's our recommendation that there be no provisions in this policy relating to notice requirements. Again, both the notice of board meetings as well as when minutes are taken, there's very clear guidance in state law with respect to when minutes need to be taken as well as notices of meetings of the Board of Education.
General Counsel Clemish, thank you for that overview. And I just want to summarize a couple of things to make sure I'm following before we open this up. So basically, there's regular meetings and special meetings. A regular meeting would be those meetings we approve at the end of our year for the next year, so they're planned out. Anytime a new meeting needs to be added, that would be a special meeting. And then when you get to the classifications of work sessions, education sessions, retreats, those could be regular or those could be special, because you may plan that out, right, when you're approving meetings for the upcoming year. So I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding those classifications. And like an example of a work session, like we post our agenda planning sessions, right? Those are posted publicly. They're open to anyone that wants to attend. That's a work session. Is that correct?
I would not describe your agenda planning meetings. I just describe them as agenda planning sessions, which was made clear in your GP policies when you passed those the last time. I do think that your work sessions typically have had an agenda. There really is no need for a specific agenda with respect to your board education sessions. What does need to be identified as specifically as possible is to provide notice of kind of what the general topic might be when the notice, to the extent we have that information, is posted of that particular meeting.
Thank you for clarifying that.
And thank you, President Meek. You very clearly described what the difference is between a regular and a special meeting. Thank you for that.
I just think it can be really confusing, so I just wanted to make sure we're all kind of understanding it the same way. So with that, let me open it up to questions. Director Geiger?
This feels to me like codifying our basic approach that we've had in the past while clarifying our language. As the commenter, who I have a great deal of respect for, said earlier, transparency is better than not. But my experience 2 years on the board, many years before that on the LRPC, is that essentially if a meeting's held on the dais, if we're discussing topics, if we have an agenda, that is either regular meeting or special meeting, we have always live streamed them to the extent possible. We have always recorded those. What has not been live streamed or recorded are what we have called various things: lunch and learns, retreats, work sessions. For example, our retreats at Stone Mountain, at our Stone Canyon. Those have never been live streamed or recorded, mostly because of technical issues. I think this policy sets a minimum. If at future dates we find there are ways that we can adequately live stream some of our work sessions, I would agree with that. I think we as a board have to be careful to make sure that important issues like finances, et cetera, are handled in live streamed recorded meetings. I think that's a duty to our voters and to the public, but I also think that having work sessions to the extent possible where we can be perhaps more free and without a full agenda is valuable, as long as those are taken only as education.
I just want to add also that the policy makes it very clear that even though the work sessions, the retreats, and the board education sessions are not audio recorded or broadcast via or live streamed, they are always open to the public. And the policy does specify that and make it very clear in that particular section. So I just wanted to point that out.
Director Densler?
Just for the edification of both myself and for any of the tuning in public, why are we not able to live stream those work sessions and things that we have here?
Yeah, thank you for that question. You all can have any meeting that you choose to have live streamed, but it has to be in here. So if you wanted to choose to live stream a work session, we would just have to arrange it in here. And the other consideration always is, and I appreciate it, is staff time. So it's a
takes a significant number of staff to make all of the things happen. But that would be our, anytime you want to live stream a work session, absolutely can, it just has to be in here.
So an edit that I think I would like to see under work sessions, board education sessions and retreats, where it says, therefore, such meetings generally are not recorded, I think may not be recorded. Like, I do think there are work sessions that absolutely need to be held in here. I feel like we experienced that already when we tried to hold a combination work session upstairs and we weren't able to live stream it, right, and record it. And I think there are work sessions that absolutely we need to make sure we're scheduling. I feel like the times where we're grappling with monitoring and the governance pieces that we do, sometimes those may be better, you know, in a different area. Actually, next week, we have a work session with the dyslexia simulation, and the setup for the simulation is just better upstairs with the lighting and the structure and the classroom environment and everything. So I think there's times and places for when it may not best be done in this room, but I just like to make it, not that they're generally not recorded, it's just they may not be recorded, like work sessions. So that was just one idea that I had. Director Densler? Sorry, I think it was Director Parker first. Oh,
Well,
sorry, Director
No,
Parker.
I've been emailing Erin about live streaming, asking really silly questions like, can't we just record on Zoom? And I've been learning the how complicated it is. She did say, I got a memo from last June or July about live streaming DAC specifically, because I've been interested in that. And so she said that if the Board of Education wants to pursue this, we need time and research to do that. And so I thought, I don't know if this is the time or place, but I do think that what I'm hearing from this reading is that some of the public plus us, we do want to figure out how to be more transparent and record when we can't be here. Is that the vibe that we would like to record more?
I'll open it up to everyone.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, me too, cool. So that's not really a thing, but I think that what I'm hearing from this policy is, if this policy is the bare minimum, that's fine, but moving forward, we all really want to work on how to get as much recorded as possible.
Director Callahan? Oh, I'm sorry.
And I think to build off of Director Parker's comments, as I appreciate it, the board does have some dollars, and to me, it seems very appropriate to allocate the resources that are necessary to create more transparency. I think it's a real equity issue. I think there are a lot of people who want to be engaged and for a variety of different circumstances aren't able to come to one of our meetings, and it's really helpful when they're able to tune in via their phone or other device. And so to me, it seems like a very good use of our resources to do what needs to be done to facilitate that in rooms outside of this one. I don't know if I don't think I can make a motion, but that would be my hope.
Yeah, we're just discussing right now, but I do want to say what I think I'm hearing you say from what we heard earlier. Like, live streaming, the equipment is in this room now. This is what we have set up, and in order to live stream currently with our current equipment without additional resources, it has to happen in this room, and then it's whatever personnel are required, right, to make that happen. And I don't know if we have a cost on what that even is, which I think could be really helpful as we're evaluating our budget and evaluating costs, but understanding what would the cost be to live stream in this room. So if DAC wanted to meet here, right? I mean, so that's one thing, but I think what I heard you say is you'd like to see it expanded beyond this room, and then that would be a whole separate cost analysis, I believe. I just wanted to make sure I was capturing that. And then, did you want to respond to that, Superintendent Kane?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm clear that the Board of Education is asking us to do. Are you asking us to do those two detailed analyses? That's what I want to make sure I'm clear on.
That's a great clarification. I don't think we're there yet. I think we're still in discussion, and I think we can all agree or have a vote if we want to direct staff to investigate. So we'll keep with discussion, and I think Director Densler, did you have a chance? You're good. Director Ryan?
I do think it's important to highlight that when we're talking about the cost associated with live streaming, that when we're talking about staff, it's not just money, it's time, and that's time away from other duties, and so we really do need to take that into account. I understand the transparency of it. I was lucky enough to be on parental leave during the last study session in October, and was able to attend it, but I understand that a lot of people weren't able to, that likely would have wanted to be there in order to hear what was happening. But there is something to be said about the amount of load that would put on our district administration staff to do live streaming.
Director Thompson?
Just to add to that, I think we could be considerate of staff if we prioritize regular meetings as recorded, because, right, they're more planned out. And then topic dependent on like a special meeting. But I have questions regarding the policy, so we can finish if anybody else has on this particular part, but then I have policy questions.
Yeah, thank you for bringing us back. Let's stick to the policy, and then we can come back to the other topics. So please ask your question.
Okay, so you know, just as I was going through it, I appreciate changes that are going to clarify exactly how the board operates. So I'm very happy to have this policy on the agenda tonight. So some of the parts I just noticed that feel a little bit unclear is when we're talking about public business being discussed versus when it's formal action versus when we're saying the board is conducting business. We kind of use those terms throughout this instead of kind of just sticking to the same type of term. So for example, I would the work session, we're discussing public business, but we're not taking action. So I guess that doesn't mean we're conducting business, or does it mean we're conducting business? Just understanding like how we're looking at the terms.
Yeah, I appreciate your question, and it is confusing. The language included in this kind of takes the language from the Open Meetings Act. And so if you're discussing public business and there is a quorum present, that is considered a meeting of the Board of Education. If you're not taking action, then you don't need to take minutes and you don't need to record it, as I understand it. So those are the main differences. A regular meeting of the board versus a special meeting of the board was described by President Meek pretty well. At the beginning of the year, we put together a schedule, or the board passes a motion that puts together a schedule of all of the meetings that are on this regular schedule. Some of those may be identified as work sessions. Some will be identified as a regular meeting, which typically based on our experience as a board, or this board's experience, is typically when the board takes action on agenda items. If that happens, or if at a special meeting there is an agenda that requires action, then it does need to be audio recorded, at least. And in our case, we live stream them. For example, if you are voting on anything that you're discussing in a meeting, that is considered formal action of the board, or action of the board. So you then would need to have recorded and have minutes taken for that particular meeting.
Okay, so yeah, so I just think maybe it's just the cleanup of the language in the very first section, so it works when we're describing the work session, board education sessions and retreats. I just think it just a little bit of wordsmithing would make it more clear. And then for the notice, I heard about, being properly noticed, and the minutes, and we had talked about, or you'd mentioned that, the other policies that kind of cover that. I don't know if it's very clear, though, across any of the policies that just defining properly noticed means what you had mentioned earlier, right? That where it's happening, and at minimum, like what the topic is. And so, it's kind of, it's just like in weird places, like it's defined really well in this policy under special meetings. It's kind of explained under notice, not really, and maybe we do need to go to that policy and just do a little wordsmithing there, just so they all work together. And then the final feedback is just how we're describing meetings, in like BEDA, it says special, regular, and then work session, meetings, and retreats. So now they're all different categories where they all fall together. So just like small stuff, but I think it will help us with any hiccups that come along the way that we've kind of been dealing with already. And then I had one more. It just escaped me.
While you're looking, I'll ask other directors if there are any other feedback we have on this policy. First reading. Director Ryan?
Just on that note brought up by Director Thompson, the first, maybe the fix is the board may only take action at a regular special meeting instead of conduct business, because even in Councilor Klemesh's explanation, talking about business creates a meeting, but that can be a work session, and so conducting business seems to be the confusing language there.
Director Thompson, did you find your last one?
Yes. Do we have a policy that describes executive session? And if not, do we think we should add it to this one?
We do. And in response to your other comments, Director Thompson, we understand that after this policy is revised, we may also need to clean up other policies consistent with this policy, so the terminology is consistent throughout.
Okay. Yeah, and then maybe just adding
adding additional cross-references to those other policies, maybe even with an explanation, which my apologies, we didn't get that done for tonight's reading.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any other feedback on this policy? We really want to thank you for all of the work in reviewing this and obviously, trying to get clarity on what we mean when we say a regular meeting or a work session. And so thank you very much. I think this is going to be wonderful once we get that finalized. And just to circle back quickly, maybe just with a show of hands, if board directors believe they would like a memo that would just explain the costs associated with live streaming, what it would look like from a personnel and time standpoint in this room versus adding it to another location. So I know we have a memo. I don't know if everyone, a previous memo that came out, because I think you were referencing that.
Yeah, she sent it to me.
So, but I don't know if every board director has access to that. Superintendent Kane.
And that memo was written when Wilcox was our primary location, so I didn't send it to the whole board because most of what that memo had is out of date.
All right, so I'm asking if we're asking the superintendent, which again, every ask, takes time and resources. So do you want to look at the current information that we have? And I do know we got cost estimate too, which I don't think was in that memo.
Yeah, the general cost estimate was $5,000 per meeting, but I believe Director Ryan brought up the key point, which is it isn't that simple. When we have our communications staff doing multiple late nights a week doing this, that just means that they're not able to do other things, and it's time away from their families and all of those considerations that can't really have a price tag put on them.
Director Densler.
I hate making more work for people, but I do think it would be a worthwhile use of time to get updated cost estimates, considering we had a location change. And my reason for that is because obviously we heard in public comment, Mrs. Gilstrap brought up the fact that there is a concern about transparency, and I think that it is worth making a good faith effort to show the public that we do hear this feedback. And that the reason why not everything is live streamed has nothing to do with attempts to, be not transparent, essentially. So I don't want to make more work, but I do think it is a worthwhile use of our time.
Director Parker.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also curious if we can brainstorm easier options, like the lunch and learns, if it's on Google Meets, if we can record just on our devices and then post it to our YouTube channel, things like that. I don't know if we can. It's what? Well, just when things are fully virtual, just to press the record button, and then it's recorded. If that makes sense. There might be ways to do this and not cost, but maybe there is no way. I can't wrap my head around it not having a simpler option. I'm sure that I'm bypassing a lot of things, and but I would just I don't know, if people are out there listening who want transparency, email me ideas, but I don't know if we can do something that's more cost effective and not more, because people's jobs, I don't like that either, right? Just kind of not wasting resources, but if there's a way to streamline this, that would be a huge priority for me.
Oh, Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, and I want to make sure the board is distinguishing between recording to be available later and live streaming. Those are just two very different things.
So now that we're pretty much over time on our policy reading, and we've kind of delved into a new topic, which seems to be extremely important to everyone up here, I wonder if we generate questions that we can then lead into a planned conversation at a future board meeting around this topic. Does that feel like a good way to proceed? So if directors could just send me specific questions that they have around this topic, and then we'll look at our agendas and decide when we can schedule a time to really delve into this. Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, I mean, my request would just be, if you need something from, it's going to have to be more than just talking about it at a future meeting, because staff will have to do a significant amount of research. So I'm trying to understand the expectations of staff in this situation.
Right, that's why I wanted to get all the questions. So it will require research going into that conversation. So, okay, with that, let's move forward. We have one more item on our, this section of our agenda. It's the monitoring report 10.5 on executive limitation EL8, compensation and benefits. We have 15 minutes scheduled for this conversation. As a brief reminder, the board's role in monitoring, it really is meant to be a systems check, not a discussion of intent, effort, or individual performance. Tonight, we're looking at EL8, which addresses staff compensation and benefits, and this EL is focused on employment, compensation, benefits practices, and assessing that those practices are lawful, fiscally responsible, aligned with board policy, approve budgets, and do not jeopardize the district's fiscal integrity or public image. Just a reminder, we are going to spend time next Tuesday delving into this whole monitoring process, which we haven't had a chance to do, so we're kind of moving forward because we need to move forward on these reports. but there's really two steps to assessing these. The first is really assessing whether the interpretation, the explanation is reasonable. And then the second step is there evidence that supports that? So with that, I think we talked about trying to walk through the EL just by each item. There's 6 items and the opening statement. And so as we walk through, we'll just start with item number 1, and then we'll end with the opening statement, which is the highest level of the policy. So again, if there's a majority of the board that has concerns around the interpretation or the evidence, then we'll open it up for conversation. So the idea isn't to dive into conversation until we know there's a majority. And then after we walk through those, we'll open it up to the superintendent and staff just for clarifying questions. So any questions before we jump in? Seeing none, we'll start with item 1 of the policy statement. Are there any concerns with a reasonable interpretation? With maybe if we could put up on the screen just the, well, I'm not sure, it's easy to do. So change their own compensation outside of changes dictated by the superintendent contract. That's what I'm talking about when I say item 1. So raise your hand or indicate if you have any concerns with a reasonable interpretation with item 1. Seeing none, evidence for item 1. Okay. Moving to item 2 of the policy. Any concerns on evidence or interpretation or evidence? Director Thompson.
So I did have a question about the evidence on 1 very quickly. Yes. So the evidence is that these records were reviewed. Is this one of those things where it's the superintendent has reviewed these records and has determined and is stating to the board that it's been followed? Or is this that, hey, staff, another staff member, HR, has reviewed these records and confirmed that confirmed this evidence? I'm just trying to understand, like, who's telling us this information technically?
It's a bit challenging to hear you at this end.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, is it your concern that it is, the evidence doesn't have enough, the citation of who did the review?
Yeah, I guess it.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm saying that. So before that, like, it goes on and on when we kind of jump in. So I just want to see, does anyone else have concerns that it's not cited specifically in the evidence? One person.
I would be interested to know what other staff members were involved in the review of the compensation.
So you'd like to see that addressed in the monitor. So I see 2 board directors that would like to see that added. Others, raise your hand if you feel like that needs to be added at this point. You have a concern. Seeing only 2, we're going to move forward. So now we're going to look at item 2. So interpretation on item 2. Any concerns on that one? I need you to raise your hand if you have a concern. Director Thompson.
So yes, I have a concern. You want me to state what it is?
Yes, please.
So I just have a concern with how it's being interpreted about what it means for guaranteed employment, because it says no statements or no actions. And I feel my concern is actually because the interpretation is too narrow and it's causing a conflict with the evidence.
Okay. So your concern is it's too narrow, the way it's being interpreted?
Correct, because later it talks about staff were guaranteed an offer, but it specifies why that happened. It was part of the growth and decline, but if we look at it just doesn't match up, right? Like,
Okay, I get it. So do other board directors share that concern?
Sure, yes.
I see two, okay. Other directors share that concern in the report. Seeing two, I'm gonna,
so saying that there will be no statements of permanent or guaranteed employment, and then the evidence says that staff were guaranteed an offer of a position. So, if that's not clear, what my concern is,
okay. I'm gonna keep us moving forward.
Then,
I see
did
two.
Director Densler?
Did you have a concern with that one?
I had a concern, I had a question about evidence.
Evidence, that's what we're on next. Go for it. What is your concern?
I would just enunciate the same request as I did on the last one. My guess is that a lot of people were involved in this review, but it was not made clear which specific cabinet members reviewed those contracts and that kind of thing. I would find this more helpful if I knew how broad that review was done by other members.
Other people share that concern. I see three. Okay, I'm gonna move us to item 3.
Sorry, President Meek, I do have a concern about evidence. And this is just gonna be repeating. I just didn't think it fell under the interpretation, but I do think that evidence that says we're guaranteed the offer doesn't match the interpretation that was provided, even though I do believe the interpretation is appropriate.
So now I think I see 4 people with concerns around evidence on this item. Oh, go ahead, Director Densler.
Would this be an appropriate time for me to ask a clarifying question about the evidence, or should I wait?
So now we will open it up.
Okay.
So go for it.
I guess my question, when Director Thompson brought up the issue with the guaranteed employment, I'm wondering if I think it's like bullet point 2, I don't know if that had a specific reference, but for me in my mind, when I think about that, I know that we essentially guaranteed employment for the staff who are at schools that are being consolidated. Is that what's being referenced in that bullet point?
Quick, clarifying.
Yeah, referencing the statement around growth and decline, maybe there's some confusion around guaranteeing employment versus guaranteeing an offer. We simply are giving staff affected by growth and decline the opportunity to get a new position in the school district. Hypothetically, let's just say it's a licensed teacher. That teacher is employed pursuant to our teacher employment contract, which specifies it's a 1-year contract subject to board approval year over year. So it's not guaranteed employment for the life of the employee's tenure in the school district. It's the offer for a new position that would be under the same rules that all of our other employees are under.
So for me, there's a differentiation between, like, we essentially don't want people promising jobs, right? I mean, without, a process and everything. And yet I don't feel that, like, again, guaranteeing employment for especially like growth and decline purposes would like violate this in my reading. I'm not sure that bullet 2 is referring to that circumstance, but that's how I'm differentiating.
Sure.
Yeah, and so guaranteeing that they will have an offer of a commensurate position is not the same as guaranteeing employment. They may not take it. And so that's kind of where an offer is different than we're keeping you on the payroll no matter what.
And am I correct that any such offer would then, of course, be contingent on complying with terms of the contract?
Director Thompson?
Thanks. I know it's nitpicking, but I would like it to be clear. So kind of going back to what the interpretation is and the evidence is pointing to, it's about employment. It's not talking about specific position. It doesn't say it has to be lifetime. I mean, the permanent or guaranteed employment. So the challenge to me is that either the evidence is conflicting because implied is also in there, in the way that the reasonable interpretation is listed. The other option to be, I don't know. I don't know if it needs to be just clarified in two, but it's just not clear, right? How you differentiated it, that was kind of the point I was getting at. It's just not clear if you look at it. It looks like we're not going to guarantee employment, but then we said we did. So.
Thank you for clarifying that. So hearing that, does the board feel like the evidence needs to be clarified more in the approved report? Raise your hand if you do. You weren't raising your hand, were you? Okay. All right, then I am going to move us to item number 3. So item number 3 concerns around interpretation. Director Denzler.
I had submitted this question. I just wanted clarification about what materially meant. And I did receive that answer. It's just not in this.
Thank you. And I'm going to add another one, and then I'll ask people to demonstrate. Like for this one, to me, it seemed like it's missing a defined standard, right? And you can create a standard, right? Plus or minus X% within the median salary. I mean, the whole point of monitoring is trying to create those standards that we then apply the evidence toward. So for me, this one kind of jumped out as not being reasonable. So with that, I'll just ask people to raise your hand if you feel like. So I see a majority on that one. And then we don't need to talk about evidence because you need a reasonable interpretation to then define that. So we'll leave that there with item number 3. And then let's go to item number 4. Does anyone have concerns with it having a reasonable interpretation? Director Thompson?
Yeah, so this is kind of the same challenge with the last one. So is it clearly measurable and supported by a standard that makes sense? The first couple we went through were binary. It's kind of, did it happen or did it not happen? Where these are more like, I think there should be a threshold and a percentage or something along those lines that demonstrate compliance.
So I will ask, so I also felt like there are standards, like a reserve threshold, like what's required by policy, what's required by Tabor. Like there are thresholds that define the legally required reserves that then you could say we're in compliance, right? So that was my thinking when there are objective, measurements like that. So I kind of share that concern for a reasonable interpretation. So raise your hands if you feel like this one is missing that reasonable interpretation. So I think I see 2. All right, I'm going to move us forward to evidence then. Concerns with evidence on this one? I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Nope, sorry.
So we're on item 4, evidence. Yep. Yep. So no one is raising their hand on that one. So I'm going to move us to number 5. Reasonable interpretation concerns on number 5. Director Thompson.
I obviously don't know it off the top of my head, but I know that there are requirements when it comes to equitable pay, and that there's been a ton of work that's been done over the years to get staff into their cells. And so I do feel that that is something that should be included in what's compliance, so that there should be a standard somewhere along those lines that demonstrate some sort of metric. Right, threshold. 90% of staff are within however it is that you guys measure equitable pay ranges.
Other directors that share that concern? I see 2, 3. Okay, seeing 3, I'm going to move us into evidence concerns. One, Director Densler?
I think this question was submitted, but I think that whether it be now or in the future, just clarifying how far in advance of implementation changes were communicated would be helpful. I think that's open to interpretation and it matters a lot.
Okay, raise your hand if you, yeah, can you repeat that?
Yeah, so again, just to make sure I'm on the right one, we're on number 5 in evidence. So bullet point 1, it says the examination of benefit plans, and then continues, at the end it says the changes were clearly communicated to all effective employees in advance of implementation. I think that just quantifying how far in advance that was communicated could be important. I think that I think 1 day in advance versus 90 days in advance can matter when you're talking about these kinds of things.
Okay. Raise your hand if you have the same concern. I see 3, 4. All right, so the interpretation concern on that one for item number 5. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you. All right, so yes.
So, and I'm trying to find the way to talk about it. So for example, we had decisions last year around pay increases, and not every staff member in the district got the same pay raise. And there was reason and logic behind it, right? Depending on if you were in or out of your cell. Now, if the intent of this is to make sure that we are establishing and changing benefits is to not cause unpredictable or inequitable situations, right? So I'm thinking, what is the problem we're trying to prevent, and just demonstrating evidence that that didn't happen. And I just don't understand how saying we looked at our benefit structure, somebody, I don't know who, looked at our benefit structures and said changes were applied consistently and equitably with no unintended disparities. We even got emails about staff who disagreed with that. Now, I'm not saying I have a stance on the topic. I'm just saying that I don't understand how that would be clear enough evidence.
I will ask others if you share that same concern on the evidence. And I see 1, 2, 3, 4 on examination of the analysis. Okay, so back to 2 things on that one, and we're going to open it up in just a minute, but let's do item 6. Any concerns on interpretation? This is definitely more a binary one, right? Seeing no concerns on interpretation, concerns on evidence. Director Thompson?
It's not a concern, it's not clear. for the second bullet, not entering into any type of employment or contracting with board members. Are we speaking about specifically, I didn't enter into a contract with a board member with their name on the contract, or the company that they're affiliated with, or the company they own? Like, I don't know how that's clear. And also, we're supposed to disclose if we have conflicts of interest, but I've definitely never been asked or have ever been prompted to share that information, and so that's all. Just making y'all think about it.
Okay. Other board directors that share that concern? I see two. Okay, so not seeing a majority on that. I'm going to try to summarize the areas where a majority of the board indicated some concerns, and then we can open that up. So I have the interpretation for item 3, and then I have the evidence for item 5. And I'd like to open it up to see if Superintendent Kane wants to ask any clarifying questions around those areas of concern that you heard and discuss next steps. Do you want to start with item 3, or?
I don't have any questions about item 3.
None on item 3, okay. Item 5, evidence.
I understood how far in advance were benefits changes communicated. I did not understand the second concern. So I would appreciate a little clarification.
Okay. So I believe that one probably was Director Thompson. Was it the second bullet on item 5, analysis of benefit structures? Yeah, I think that was on that one. Anyone, actually, the majority of the board expressed concerns on evidence for item 5, and
We don't even know what the results of the analysis was. It says analysis of benefit structures across groups indicate that changes were applied consistently and equitably with no intended disparities created by revisions. And again, like when I'm looking at our worksheet that we have here, like I'm not sure what is measurable in this. I'm not sure the source of everything. I don't understand. I don't know how this is showing evidence that our superintendent's staying within the guardrails of number 5.
yeah, and I think what I would just say is if the analysis was added to this, then the evidence would be there, right? So it feels like this is trust me,
I don't want to
versus
be specific. Like, I think this would work because I feel like that should be what you guys present. Those are just my outstanding questions.
Just a comment, which is it is impossible to prove a negative. So it's impossible to prove a negative. But we will look and see what additional evidence we can put together in order to provide more proof.
I think it's the positive is what would be the evidence.
Director, got yours.
Perhaps staff satisfaction scores, staff turnover scores, reflections of the staff would be helpful to indicate that there's at least not a perception of inequitable treatment. And I think we may have that evidence. That's just a suggestion.
Yeah, I think if we're talking about benefits here, which was my interpretation, it wasn't just total compensation, but the benefits changes specifically. Yeah, we would have at least exit survey data and some retention data showing staff satisfaction with our employee benefits for the school district.
Director Denzler.
I'm wondering if we even just have metadata about like what changes over what groups were applied, like if certain groups, like I don't know, if classified employees had to cover X number of dollars this year as opposed to last year of their premiums, or however, that made no sense. But hopefully you understand what I'm trying to say. I don't even know if we have like metadata around that. I think that would be helpful if we did, but I don't want to assume.
My recollection is last year when we were doing the same EL, we had included more specific benefits related evidence. And I'm sure my benefits team can gather something more substantial for the board.
Director Thompson.
So as an example of one of the benefits our teachers get is they have the opportunity to do continuing education, where the district, you know, we have only X amount of dollars, right? That it's not like an unlimited supply. So, I mean, that's another example of a benefit that's available to staff that could be a problem with the equitable situation. I'm not saying it is. I think it's like a first come, first serve, but that's another example or data point that helps with thinking through it. I just don't feel like we're doing our due diligence if this is what compliance is and the evidence is, trust me, bro. Like, I just think that like we should have data here that indicates it.
Okay, so again, I think what I heard from the board was that it's assessed this monitoring report and has found it to be in compliance with the reasonable interpretation of the policy, except for item 3, which we talked about, and compliance with item 5, which is the evidence conversation. And so, Superintendent Kane, given the conversation, given the workload, given that, you know, we have our workshop happening next week, what would a reasonable date be to provide the interpretation for item 3 and interpretation and evidence for item 3 and the evidence for item 5?
We will bring it back on March 3rd. Thank you.
All right, so is there a motion then that the board has assessed the monitoring report for EL8 and finds that it demonstrates compliance with the reasonable interpretation of the policy, except for items 3, and compliance with item 5, for which the board will have a reasonable interpretation and evidence by March 3rd?
So moved. Second.
All right, Director Callahan moved and Director Ryan seconded the motion. I'll go ahead and take roll call unless there's any further conversation, dialogue. All right, Director Callahan.
Aye.
Densler.
Aye.
Geiger.
Aye.
Meek. Aye. Parker.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 7-0. And I believe that gets us to, is it director reports? Let's see. My computer went to sleep, so.
President, Vice President, President report, Vice President.
Thank you. All right, so we'll start with president reports. So we have agenda planning for this Thursday morning at 10:30 at Legacy Campus. And the agenda will be both for the special meeting on the 17th, which will reopen, and then also for the March 3rd regular meeting. And so looking forward to that. And in addition to that, I've been to a couple of groundbreakings and I'm trying to remember the other events that are in front of me, but oh yeah, I was gonna let you guys talk about that, but several of the directors were able to attend the NSBA Advocacy Institute in DC, where we were able to meet with legislative staff and legislators and advocate around fully funding IDEA and also the implications of not funding the federal's portion of IDEA and how much that actually harms every student in the district. And I can let others kind of dive into that more, but also just really great conversations, a lot of learning, and I really appreciate the superintendent's follow-up with all of the offices and working to really get visits from our federal delegation to our district. So with that, I will turn it over to Vice President.
Just a short update. Director Thompson and I attended the MBOC meeting on January 28th and received a very thorough update of our spending, and that all seems to be on track and going really well.
Great. Director Geiger, we'll start on your end.
I also was able to attend the National School Board Association Advocacy Institute in the District of Columbia. It was incredibly informative. It was 2 days of sessions followed by a day at the Capitol, where I was reminding that it's called Capitol Hill for a reason when they dump you off at the bottom. And it was ridiculously cold, the first day in particular. But I was struck, we were educated a great deal on important issues to school boards across. I mean, we're dealing with many states. There were, I believe, 15 members from Colorado. I think one of the most valuable things was spending time with them during the sessions, during the education, and then particularly during the day at the Capitol, and understanding how many of the concerns cross school boards. And meeting with legislators was fascinating, and mostly with legislative aides, understanding how it works. We happened to be there while the House was voting to reopen government. So being in the House at that moment was a great deal of energy and instructive. And I would advocate for other members to do that next year. I think it's a good use of the money. It led to some ties with other school board members that I will be making a proposal about in the near future. Got home on Wednesday, went to the groundbreaking at 4:30, which was spectacular. Great job was done by all of our speakers, including the future principal. And we had good support from the community. And then I left immediately from there for long-range planning, which I appreciate Director Ryan writing the update for, that summarizes what went on there very well. So that was plenty for between now and a couple weeks ago. I did not attend the groundbreaking at Sierra because I went downtown to the legislative reception at the Brown Palace. That's thrown by CASB. There were probably a dozen CASB members and a half dozen local legislators that we were able to talk to, most particularly about the governor's proposal to include SOT, separation operations tax, in as part of our allocation. I spoke to 6 members. One did not know about it, but seemed quite convinced when we were done that he would not support it, and the other 5 came in not supporting it. So it's fair to say that that was dead on the vine, and if you get a break, ask Superintendent Kane about her discussion with the governor's financial planner at the case meeting earlier that day.
Thank you. Director Densler.
Thank you. So on January 28th, I was able to attend the groundbreaking at Sierra Middle School with my son, who will be a member of the Sierra Middle School class of 2034. It was wonderful to see so many community members and cabinet members in attendance, and I want to specifically thank former Director Weiniger, who was also in attendance and who worked very hard to bring these funds to our community in Parker. A fun little anecdote was that my kindergartner got very bored after the actual groundbreaking and asked if he could have my phone to do iReady. Along with Directors Geiger and Meek, as well as Superintendent Kane, I had the opportunity to attend the National School Board Association Advocacy Institute last weekend. I was very grateful to meet board members from across the country, as Director Geiger alluded to, and really to find out that they're encountering so many of the same issues that we are here in Douglas County, including issues with growth and decline and funding hardships. And then, like Director Geiger alluded to or said, A week ago today, we were on the Hill meeting with lawmakers from both parties to advocate for fully funding IDEA and clarifying the regulations that will or should govern the SGOs that Governor Polis opted our state into on January 29th. Yesterday, I attended the Douglas County Youth Initiative and was grateful for the presence of Deputy Superintendent Hyatt and Dr. Crawford. I think we still have a fair amount of work to do to clarify the role of that governing body and how they should be interacting with the district to best serve our families and students, but I think that iterating that point is a very constructive process. So I am looking forward to the Women in Sports Luncheon on Friday, and I'll be happy to see many of you there.
Thank you, and I think you forgot to mention the Douglas County Sheriff's Office Annual Awards Ceremony that we
yes.
attended.
We also attended the Sheriff's Awards, yes.
Yeah, actually, I forgot to mention, I attended the Family Engagement Mini Conference for Special Education Families. It was really a phenomenal event. I went to the Twice Exceptional session. If only I had gone to that session a decade ago, life would look different, but there's so much amazing education that's available to our families, and just kudos to the special education department and that event. So, Director Parker.
Yeah, just a little secretary summary. We received 10 emails from parents, staff, and community members. It remained steady. The focuses were district-wide policy updates regarding student wellness and safety protocols. Key themes are student environment and tech policies. There's a growth trend of support via email to the bell-to-bell phone-free environments. Correspondence from both parents and staff, specifically regarding correspondence from both parents and staff indicated desire for standardized enforcement to minimize classroom distractions. District safety and immigration protocols. The board received formal requests from parents and collective groups of Douglas County School District stakeholders for an updated immigration enforcement implementation plan that highlights a community-wide need for clarity on district protocols at or near school grounds. Operational and personal matters. Inquiries regarding the 2025-2026 calendar's impact on retirement dates. They have been directed to HR to ensure that connection was made. HR addressed it. Facilities, questions regarding the removal of posters at specific sites like Thunder Ridge were addressed and delegated to appropriate administrative leads for resolution. And then legislative monitoring, community input was received regarding the introduced Board of Education election bill, specifically concerning which districts would be impacted by the proposed changes. So that was the email secretary update. As a board director, I was able, just because Maria asked on December 2nd, I was able to finally go to breakfast at Legacy and see her, and that was really awesome. I also went to the Colorado All-State Choir, where there were students from Castleview, Rock Canyon, Renaissance Secondary School, Legend, and Chaparral. Sorry, I had to read the list. And educators played a role, and the educators, there were 2 from Castleview and then 1 from Chaparral, Douglas County, Highlands Ranch, Legend, Mountain Vista, and Rock Canyon. And I was able to see Rock Canyon's principal there, so that was really cool to see those students perform in such a, like together with people from all over the state. So it was beautiful and awesome.
Thank you. Director Ryan.
Thank you. I got the opportunity to tour a bunch of different schools in my district. So the Early Childhood Center South, Cloverleaf, which is awesome. They had 3D printing pens now that you can use to draw stuff. It's awesome. DCHS, wonderful conversation with Principal Kappas about the progress that they're making there and the changes that are coming down the pipe. Mesa, which was an experience because I went to Castle Rock Middle School, didn't realize Mesa was the same layout, and it was like walking into a time capsule for me a little bit because I knew the spots where I got in trouble in the building. And then Castle Rock Elementary, which looks much smaller than it is from the outside. It is like a TARDIS in there, and they have a cool little wildlife area as well. attended LRPC. I did send the update on that. And then I did get to go to one of the practices for the unified basketball at Timber Trail that Ms. DeCapo invited us all to. I would encourage everybody else to go to one of those. It is wonderful to watch the work that she does. She did tell me to tell you all to wear shoes that are appropriate for playing basketball because I came in my dress shoes and she wanted me to participate. So there is that. And then I'm very sad that I got sick this weekend, so I couldn't attend the spelling bee as former winner of the district spelling bee myself. So I was very sad that I wasn't able to be there.
Director Thompson.
Thanks. So just wanted to highlight, it is, our schools are doing Wish Weeks, and that was a highlight of some of the experiences I've had recently, but mostly in the capacity as a parent enjoying the community events. And I have to say, our student leaders at our high schools are so impressive with the ideas that they come up with and the amount of time that they put into making Wish Week happen. I mean, they're at the front of our kids' school every day, trying to raise money on top of the events that they did every night. And so anyways, it's just a wonderful experience. It's a great thing that our district does. We had a MBOC meeting, which Director Callahan already gave a brief update on. Usually in our MBOC meetings, we get a general bond update, but then usually a deep dive across like different projects. So like we heard from about safety and security bond updates at this last one, as well as the progress with paired schools. And I would say that just takeaway from the meeting, our MBOC committee members are right now kind of thinking through how the work that they do through the MBOC is transparent to the public as well, because it's an important piece of oversight. It's part of the language that was on the ballot measure that we were going to have oversight. And so they're just being really thoughtful about, okay, what does that look like? And what is our role in being transparent to the public about the work that we do and the oversight that we engage in? And that's it for me.
That's it. That's a long list. A lot of activities, a lot of celebrations, and I know it's like drinking from a fire hose as you're starting new as a board director. And actually, even when one person switches over on a board, it's a whole new board and it's a whole new transition. And I'd just like to acknowledge how much work it is for staff as well with new boards and new transitions and extra questions and getting up to speed. And so I just really want to show appreciation to staff. We see how hard you're working. We see you pulling information together for us. We're really looking forward to the work session next week on something that I think every policy governance board struggles with. I've never found a policy governance board that has figured it out perfectly, and so I think we're doing that together. And I just want to acknowledge everyone hanging in there and working to develop something that's really going to work for everyone. So with that, I think we're at our last agenda item of this evening, which is going into executive session. And so, let's see, the Board of Education has issues to discuss in executive session, a closed session, for the following purpose. Pursuant to Colorado Revised Statutes, Section 24-6-402, subsection 4, paragraph A, and Colorado Revised Statutes, Section 24-6-402, what is it, subsection 4, paragraph E, subparagraph I, to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, develop strategy for such negotiations, and instruct negotiators in connection with the potential acquisition of real property for school district purposes, where identification of the real property would cause substantial injury to the public interest by interfering with the district's attempt to negotiate and acquire real property at fair market value. Do I have a motion to go into executive session for the previously stated purpose?
So moved.
Second.
All right, Director Callahan motioned and Director Ryan seconded. Any discussion? All right, I'll call roll. Director Callahan.
Aye.
Densler?
Aye.
Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Thompson? Okay. All right, the motion passes 7-0. So we will now be going into executive session. The following individuals will be joining the board in its executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024A and CRS 24-6-4024E1 to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, develop strategy for such negotiations, and instruct negotiators in connection with the potential acquisition of real property for school district purposes, where identification of the real property would cause substantial injury to the public interest by interfering with the district's attempt to negotiate and acquire real property at fair market value. We'll have Erin Kane, Superintendent, Jackie Millay, Chief Operations Officer, and Mary Kay Klemesh, General Counsel.